Good morning, honorable members. I know that it is 8:59, but I thought I see that we are amply represented on the platform by the members of the Portfolio Committee. And I also see that we do have the department on the platform. I just want to greet you all this morning and thank you for coming through this morning for this meeting. And I also want to thank the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies for the presentation that they sent yesterday. And we are looking forward to the
recording in progress
on this issue that is causing some panic among honorable members and of course among South Africans that are beneficiaries of the South African Social Security Agency. I just would like us to observe 1 minute of silent prayer or meditation. Thank you. Sorry. Thank you so much. I would like to take this opportunity to hand over to Lindy to take us through the agenda of this meeting. Over to you, Lindy.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairperson. I'll just share today's agenda.
Okay.
Chairperson, today is the 5th of July, year of March 2025. We have already welcomed everyone in attendance, Chairperson. And then the next item is for the introduction of members in attendance, Chair. I have you as the Chairperson of this committee. I have Member Abrahams, I have Member Mshongo, I have Member Ramaila, I have Member Mchweni, I have Reverend Babaza, I have Member Tafotin, I have Member Mahato, I have Member Mare, Chair. If I have omitted anyone, and I will record that the member, Chair. Also, Chair, the next item, Chairperson, will be the overview by the Minister of the Communication and Digital Communications, Chair. And then after that, before that, Chair will adopt the agenda of the meeting. Chair, it's safe to say I have received the following apologies from the Minister of Social Development, Honorable Dolasha. She's attending a cabinet meeting today, as well as the Deputy Minister, Honorable Hendricks. Chair, also there's an apology from the Deputy Minister of the Department of Communication and Digital Technologies, Chair, who was also not available to attend today's meeting. He's attending the cabinet meeting as well. Also, Chair, there's also an apology from the Acting Director General, Mr. Mashologu, who indicated that he had prior commitments and is unable to attend today's meeting. There is a representative from the department, Ms. Molokome, who will lead the delegation and the presentation, Chair. I think, Chair, thus far, that's all the apologies I've received. Chair, after adopting the apologies, we'll move to the overview by the Minister of Communications, Chair. Thereafter, we'll receive a briefing from Postbank on the progress made in the implementation interventions aimed at addressing the crisis in the gold to black card replacement process. It's 12 days after our joint meeting on the 18th of February. Chair, we will have deliberation and responses from the Postbank and Communications Department. And then Chair will proceed to the next agenda item, which is the agenda that was deferred from last week's meeting to get a response from DSD on the Gauteng High Court judgment on the matter between the Institute for Democratic Justice, hashtag Pay the Grants and DSD SASSA versus the Minister of Finance on the Constitutional Validity of Regulations for SRD Grant. Chair, thereafter will proceed with deliberations and responses from DSD. Will be at 11:30 until 12:15. And Chair will have internal businesses scheduled for today's meeting, and will adopt and consider the minutes of 12, 19, and 26 February. Thereafter, we'll have a report before us of CDA's annual report for 2023-2024 financial year. We'll consider and adopt that report. At 12:50 to 1 o'clock, Chair, you'll make your closing remarks and the meeting will adjourn. Thank you very much, Chair. The agenda is before the committee for its consideration and adoption. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Lindy. Thank you so much for that. I think we'll go straight into the honourable members adopting this agenda with the apologies that have been put before us. I am also aware that the Minister of Communications and Digital Technologies is not going to be joining us as well, although I didn't hear his apology on your apologies list. So, honourable members, I am putting this agenda before you as has been outlined for your adoption, please. Honourable Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to all honourable members and the departments on the platform. Chair, I move that we adopt the agenda as presented. Though noting, Chair, that there are a number of apologies, there are too many, but then, as I said, Chair, we move to adopt the agenda. Thank you.
Thank you, Honourable Mhlongo, and I appreciate your pointing out the number of apologies, but I still remain confident that the people that are the officials that have been sent to the committee will do the job of the day, because it is for us very, very important that we get to hear about the situation on the ground. And may I have Honourable Tong, your hand is up.
Thank you, Chairperson. I second the adoption of the agenda.
Thank you so much, Honourable Tong. I just also again want to greet and welcome, because some people may have joined us while we were already going on with the meeting. I would like to welcome and greet each and every person on this platform, starting obviously with the honourable members of the Committee on Social Development, with our support, committee support officials, the Department of Social Development. I did see that there is attendance from the Department of Social Development, obviously, because the agenda does cover the department. The Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. Every single person represented here from these departments is welcome and is greeted very warmly. And all the stakeholders that I would assume would be part of this meeting, you are all welcome. You are all appreciated for having made this time. Now, the first, just before I hand over to the department to present and to give us an overview, this is coming out of a meeting that I believe we had on the 18th of February. That was after we had had concerns that were raised by the beneficiaries, by the NPOs that work with beneficiaries. Civil society had raised concerns about the shortness of the notice for the deadline of migrating from the SASSA gold cards to the Postbank black cards. Now, we received a very comprehensive presentation last week. We still had concerns about the 20th of March, and those concerns were allayed, and we were assured that not one not one beneficiary will not get their grant come 20th March 2025. Fast forward to yesterday, which was the first day of grant payments where the older persons were being paid their grants. Now, some of the colleagues on this committee and in other provinces have already sent messages that say that people who are already trying to use their black cards, there are 3 messages, error messages. I'm saying this because I would like the presentation to cover these areas. There are 3 messages that come through, error messages, that is. It's either your PIN is wrong, or there are no funds, unlimited funds, or you get the grant, but not all of it. Now, that is, look at this from a backdrop that says there was already panics that were unfolding. So we need to make sure that we cover these things. Over and above that, cover the issue of how whatever is being done is going to be communicated to the beneficiaries. And also the issue of the outreach, where old age homes, or homes of people with disabilities, homes of people who are up to 91 years old, and so on and so forth, how those people are going to be issued with their cards where they are at. Because this morning, just before this meeting, I received a call from a daughter of a 86-year-old cancer patient who said that they went to Midrand to get their card, which they say they were served very, very efficiently and very swiftly. And there was even, dignity sort of efforts that were made and so on and so forth, until they then went and to withdraw this money, which is when they couldn't get their money. So this is a one of those issues where you say there's a mixed bag of positive issues. I myself went to Tembisa on Friday, and I was greeted by 3 young ladies that were very efficient in what they were doing. The queues were long, but they had organized a situation where someone goes and fetches people from across the driveway and bring them each, in batches of 10. And they were making sure that the older persons and the persons with disabilities were attended to first. They had a problem with people who are pregnant and people who are carrying small babies, because they say they use the baby to get to the front of the queue, and then when they get out, they give the baby to someone else. I didn't want to get involved there. But the service that they were rendering was swift, was efficient. They were pleasant people, because we stood there. I stood there with my colleague, not saying whether I'm there for the card or not. And I observed a very good service that was happening. One would wish that this can be replicated to all the sites in South Africa, so that we get people to get their cards. That is all I would like to say. And if you could please, in your presentation, outline for us how these now new problems post getting a card, what should people do when this happens? So without taking more time, I see that I saw the ADG here of the Department of Social Development, but I will hand over now to the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies to please take us through, to give an overview and then to do the presentation. ADG, I don't know if you have now logged in and given me your video because you would like to just give a few words before the start. I will hand over to you, ADG Nechpale. Thanks.
No, thanks very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members. We just wanted to say to the committee that we are here together with our entities, SASSA and NDA and EXCO. So we are ready, and then we appreciate, and we will support everything that is going on. Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you, ADG. As I said, you are very welcome with the leadership of the EXCO of SASSA and NDA. I will now hand over to the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. Whoever is leading the team that is going to be presenting, please take over and just introduce yourself, obviously, so that we know who is leading the team from that side. But it is over to you. Thank you so much for coming.
Good morning, Chairperson, members, and colleagues on the platform. My name is Renelo Mlugome from the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies. So we also hear from the department in support of our entity, which is Postbank. In terms of taking us through today's presentation, Postbank has prepared a presentation. We also want to thank the committee for the opportunity. So I'm going to be handing over to Postbank so they can take us through the presentation. And also we have noted the comments and the concerns that Chairperson has raised. And as Postbank will be doing their presentation, they will be in a position to answer the questions that have been asked. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Chair. Thanks, Chair. I'm not sure how the screen is going. My name is Kangema. I'm the administrator of Postbank. The CE is going to lead on the presentation, but I thought just to make a few remarks before. One is just to note the comment of the Chair in this regard, and just say, Chair, we take very seriously the issues that are raised by public representatives, issues that have been raised by stakeholders in the course of the implementation of the program. We are actively managing the distribution, and we actively troubleshoot whenever there's been problems. There are many sites, Chair, that are working very well, and we do note that those sites are ongoing. That's why the tempo of card distribution has expanded. But I think our operations center takes very seriously all incidents where there are challenges, and we make sure that we respond to them. And I think the team, when they present, will speak to whatever concerns that might have arisen from those beneficiaries. Some are things that happen in every pay cycle, and we tend to be able to troubleshoot them very quickly. But the team will speak to that, Chair. Also, to the point that we're still making the point, Chair, that there will be no disruption in grant payments to beneficiaries. So in the current period, people could also use the gold cards as well as the black cards if they had not yet changed. But even post the deadline, and we don't encourage people to wait for the deadline, but even post the deadline, we've made arrangements to make sure that there's no gap in payments of grant payees. And I think I would also add, Chair, but I think you've covered that, we really make every effort to make sure that we respect the dignity of beneficiaries, not just because we respect our obligations to them as SASSA beneficiaries, but also because it's the same. We were also created as a bank to service the same constituency from a financial inclusion perspective. So this is our constituency as much as it's SASSA's from a financial inclusion perspective. So we do all we can to make sure that we service them with the respect that is needed, Chair. I will then hand over, or maybe the last thing I should say, Chair, is we have noted that we had a slow start in some respects. In some of the things, I think honorable members have raised those issues, but we have adjusted, we have been agile in responding to both the feedback and our own observation on some of the challenges on the ground, and also in responding to the increased response of communities. And I think the team will indicate the extent to which we are responding. Thank you, Chair. Let me hand over to the CEO of Postbank. Thank you.
Morning, Chair. Morning, honourable members of the committee and representatives of the departments, different departments. My name is Nikki Mbengashe, CEO of Postbank. I will be making the presentation today. If only, Chair, I could be allowed to share. I think the host still has disabled sharing so that I can start sharing. Thank you.
Let us please allow Ms. Mbengashe to present, to share. Thanks.
And while we sort that out, maybe let me talk about the incidents that you mentioned. So we don't necessarily have any IT, and I will use this term. Maybe let me not use it because I don't like it. I was going to use the term glitch, but I don't like it. We don't have any IT issues. I mean, yesterday was Tuesday, was our first payment run. So we always check who and have accessed their funds. Please, what I would ask to please share, I don't mind even on my phone, if there's anyone who has seen anything in particular with their account not being able to access their funds, if they're saying, but we know that people did access, because we always measure how much, for instance, first day will be disability, and we know how much we should be paying, and we always monitor how much people are accessing, how much is being withdrawn. So we do measure that. We always know that there's a few people who will always come maybe the next day or the next 2 days. But if for us, the norm is that we should absolutely hit more than 90% of withdrawals, which we have. So please, if I can have that. And then I think on the PIN reset, can I maybe share, there's something that we do notice, which is probably something that I think is a combination of probably the segment that we're dealing with, but I think from our side, absolutely take as something we want to educate more of it. We do notice that sometimes our beneficiaries will go and reset their new PIN now, and 2 minutes later they have forgotten it. They go to the ATM, they've forgotten. By the way, our cards are working. I mean, our cards have been working. We started this project last year already, around August. So we've been issuing these cards. People have been earning money on these cards, have been using the cards. So we know definitely that the card is working, the black card is working. The challenge with the PIN that we do face sometimes is that people forget the PIN as soon as they change it, because you do have to reset a new PIN, and it's normal because their yellow card PIN, they've been using it for years, so this is a new PIN, and as soon as they leave the station where they've issued their new card and they go somewhere, they sometimes forget it. Sometimes the unfortunate thing that we do experience is that because we do have the unfortunate scenario of mashonisas within South Africa, which take advantage of our people, and therefore people will then have a mashonisa waiting for them. And I say this because I know definitely during a pay run we experience this, that people will go, either I've lost my card or I need my PIN to be reset after they withdrawn. And what we've noticed is that it's because as soon as they go to withdraw their monies, a mashonisa is waiting right next to them, and they take their card and they withdraw their card. The mashonisa will have their PIN as well, and then they'll withdraw the card. But if they see seemingly maybe they still owe the mashonisa some money, then the mashonisa will keep the card. Now, what we notice is that people avoiding the mashonisa having their card, they then come either asking for a new card or asking for a new PIN because they're avoiding that person to have access to their grants for the following month. Now, this is a matter of education, and I think it's a phenomenon that we do experience in South Africa. But by all means, again, this is something that has been going on. We've been noticed. We keep on educating. We keep on trying to help as much as possible. But some of it is really outside of our purview in terms of do you then give your mashonisa your card? But we know that it happens. But if absolutely there's any incident in terms of people having any issue with their card, very happy that Chair, that you can send me those 2 incidents that you were mentioning. I think right now you're talking about 2 incidents. And thank you, Chair, for the feedback. We appreciate again the feedback. When people do visit our sites, we act on it. We appreciate good or bad, we act on it. So we appreciate any feedback that we get from our sites as we go on. And maybe the one thing, Chair, I think there might have been a misunderstanding, and I just wanted to apologize up front. There seemed to be a misunderstanding in terms of what was expected of us to send to the committee. And again, I think might be our fault, because we did reply. I think it was Ms. Abrams who sent us the questions the last time we replied to those questions. But I think there was some misunderstanding in terms of whether we're supposed to provide the daily to the portfolio, which is why it was delayed. It was not a matter of disrespect at all. I mean, we share those numbers with pride, so we don't hide them. We've got no reason to hide them at all, because they're numbers we want to be shared, because where anyone can actually assist. We've seen people coming on board and assisting us, and like yesterday, the team was on Monday was with the MEC in the Western Cape, just so that we can work together to try and figure out how to accelerate the distribution within the Western Cape, which I appreciate. I mean, the team flew down all the way to Cape Town to meet with him because we want that collaboration. So we will never hide the numbers for no reason. Absolutely, it gives it. There's no value for us in hiding the numbers. So I just wanted to clarify that, Chair. Thank you. I'm going to try and share again. I think now I do have access. Yes. Okay. There we go, Chair. I do have access now. Thank you so much for the access. Chair, my presentation today is going to be very short because I don't want to dwell on the stuff we've dealt with the last time. I think today the ask from the portfolio was to say, come with an update. Where are we since the last time we met? And therefore, I've included those slides. Therefore, I'm going to jump through the first slides. I always include them for context because I'm always mindful that someone might have missed the last meeting and therefore they might not have this context. So through you, Chair, if you don't mind, please tell me if I need to go through them, but I know that we went in detail through them the last time. So I'm going to jump through these slides because they were exactly the same slides as the last time. We just talked about the journey to here. And then I'm going to start on where are we now since the last time. Please note that, by the way, the stats are being sent now daily. The stats are being sent. We did notice that the stats that were sent yesterday, or not yesterday, I think on Monday, there was some mistake on the ones that were sent in terms of mixing of regions. They were not wrong, but there was something that mixed regions. I think the Eastern Cape and Gauteng in terms of the update. I've notified the team because I did notice yesterday. So we're going to try, but we are sending the stats daily. So these stats, because we had to send the presentation in time, so these stats do go up to Friday. I know that we do have the latest stats since then. I'm just looking on my phone because I do receive them on my phone. So I will touch on them as well as where are we as of yesterday, just so that we have that update as well. But these ones are coming as of the 28th. They were up to the 28th of Feb. But happy to share what the latest as in, I think since Monday. I wouldn't have yesterday's ones. Okay, so where are we now? I think we're very proud of the fact that, of course, we're still behind. Of course, there's still a long road, so we don't deny that, but we can only improve daily, taking the feedback and improve as we move. So very proud of the fact that 12 days later, I mean, in 12 days, we managed to issue 334 cards in 12 days. For us, that speaks volumes. For us, that's a really big number, because if you can do that in 12 days, it means that all your interventions are working. And we since the last time we met, we have issued 61 more cards than the last time we met. Again, that's a good stats for 12 days. Again, this is not to say there's not a long road. There's still a lot more beneficiaries. But I think the question is, are we improving? Are we seeing a difference? Are our interventions working? I think that's what the stats are showing. There was also a question the last time.
I'm so sorry, CEO. Please include the thousands, because if you say 334, this goes down on Hansard as you having, although it's written, we can see it. And even the 61, you just said 61, and include the thousands, please.
Got you, Chair. And just maybe for the record, yes, we're saying 334,000 cards we issued in the last 12 days since the last time we met, which is very good, considering exactly where we're at today, that 880, which means since we started in September, if maybe let me just make this, emphasize the significance of this. We started in September last year, so we almost now 4 months into this journey, and we've issued in total 880. So which means 300 over the 500,000 were issued over 5 months. 500,000 were issued, and actually here's the number. 500,000 were issued over 5 months. And that means it took you 5 months to issue 500,000, and yet in 12 days you issued more than half of this. And the question would be, so what's so different if you could do that? I mean, again, we always speak about this. What if you could achieve that? If you could issue 12 days, issue more than what you've done in 5 months? What really moved the needle? And we'll talk about that. So there was also a question, I think the last time, the question was that we're hearing that beneficiaries are moving to other banks. Can we share? Can we see what that impact is? Now, from our perspective, we don't know whether this is what we're seeing, because we do know that we do lose beneficiaries, a few beneficiaries every month. Simply because, and I think anyone would know this who's never dealt with sales, dealt with numbers, that you will always lose numbers, but what will always help you with your numbers, whether to see that they don't have an impact, is that you're always loading on the top. It means you're onboarding new customers. Now, we know that with Postbank that we're not doing that because of the variation notice, because the variation notice limits us in terms of onboarding new customers. So unfortunately, every time we lose at the bottom, there's nothing coming on top. And therefore, the impact for us is quite significant in that sense. Hence, I'm saying I don't know whether the 2.9 to 2.857 million. Please note that I've rounded off the top numbers. I've just rounded off the top numbers just for ease of reference, instead of putting the decimals after that. So we don't know whether from the 2.9 million to 2.967 million to the 2.857. That is because of people moving because they're frustrated, which we can. Excuse me, which you can appreciate that they're frustrated and maybe they did move. We don't know, or it is the normal drop that we'll normally get per month. But that's the stats we'll receive. Again, that's the stats we'll receive from SASSA to say these are the number of people that are still getting their grants through Postbank. So we don't interfere with this number. We get it directly from SASSA. And we have gone back to SASSA to maybe try and figure out can the numbers, can the analytics tell us where the people went or the reason? But of course, they don't have that, because that would not be their primary job. So we actually understand SASSA's job is not to monitor which bank you're going through to and why you're going there. So we couldn't get that, but that's something that on us that we're going to try and improve in terms of reporting on. The number of cards issued, like I said, we've issued almost 40% more cards since the last time in terms of the total. So when we were here on the portfolio, we were around 536,000, and now we're 880,000. I can tell you today we are sitting at over 900,000 cards that we've issued to date as of Monday. So we're very close to 1 million cards, which we feel quite confident that we believe by the end of this week, early next week, we should be hitting that 1 million mark, which is quite important for us. And then number of sites, so we've increased the number of sites from 284 to 308 since the last time we met. And the average daily rate, which is really the shift here, was that on a daily basis, the last time we met, we were issuing around 10,000 cards. Now we have more than doubled that number currently in terms of daily. This is daily. We're issuing now 26,000 cards daily on average across nationally, which is a great jump. And again, the question will always be what really made, was that's quite significant, a 61% improvement on your daily rate. So what really happened? And I think here we were showing that we've had days, I mean, as much as we talk of a daily rate of 26,000, we've had days where we've hit over 30,000, 33,000, 32,000. That's what we were just sharing. The days when we're down, those are the weekends, the spikes when it's down. And this is where the shift really happened in the numbers, just again, going back to what really shifted the number, what really moved the needle. As soon as we presented, as soon as we announced the deadline, the numbers shifted. We did nothing else except announce the deadline at this point. And on the next day, we did more than double the number. As you could see, that's the number we're doing on a daily basis. On the very next, and that being the weekend, on the very next week, I think we did the announcement on the 7th of Feb, we hit more than double. And this is simply because we had people to issue cards to. Again, this is not blaming beneficiaries for the time, for the other few months, but I'm just reporting the numbers as they are. But again, want to emphasize, we're not blaming. We take the feedback. Could we have communicated better? Should, I mean, the question was asked at some point, should we have announced the deadline earlier? Debatable, because we didn't want to cause panic. We really wanted people to focus on the fact that your card is still working until December. That was our focus. Was it wrong? Could have been wrong, but that's what happened. You know, these things, sometimes you have better appreciation of them in retrospect. From our view, we didn't want beneficiaries to panic. We wanted them to have comfort that their card is working until December. So it was always a strategy for us not to communicate the deadline before December. We wanted to communicate it early in Jan, though, not in Feb. A lot of things happened that made that not happen. Our view was that the second week of Jan was when we're going to communicate it, but some logistical challenges across all departments made that not impossible to happen. But that's really the only thing we changed there. We just announced the deadline, and they will literally from the Friday to the Tuesday. I think it was a Tuesday when we announced, if I'm not mistaken, the 7th of Feb, or the Thursday when we announced. Nothing much had changed. We did not increase that the sites at all. I think the number of sites between this number and this number was literally almost the same, but we had more people showing up, and we could issue 24,000 more cards. I also included, I see now it's hiding. I added this slide yesterday, unhide. I added this slide here yesterday because I thought let's talk about the provincial view from when we were here. This is the last time we were here. Like I said, we were at 536,000. Now we are at 880,000. As of Monday, though, we over 900,000 on this cards issued. This was just a provincial view in terms of how many sites we've moved from. When we talk about we've moved from 284 to 308, how that distribution happens. We're very happy of the take up in the Eastern Cape that we doubled there in terms of what we're doing. It is the one region we are watching, the Eastern Cape, in terms of doing extra there in terms of interventions, because the biggest challenge in the Eastern Cape not only is the fact that areas are remote, but it is the network. Our biggest challenge in the Eastern Cape is that we go to the remote areas, but you end up literally either not working or working half of the day because the network is a challenge, and we're finding ways around it. Again, here, it's not just easy just to say bring a router, because there's security that you have to bypass in terms of how your information, the banking information works. But we found some solutions. We've sent the solutions already in terms of beefing up the network, and they've worked. We're now just increasing that. So that's the view. Projections, like I said, that if we continue at this rate, we actually do want to hit the 30,000 per day rate. And if we hit that by the end of March, we should have at least hit around 1.3 million beneficiaries that we would have issued to. Again, we talk about the end of March, because remember, the 20th of March is just to stop the yellow card from working, but we don't stop issuing cards on the 20th of March. We'll continue issuing cards. So for us, again, the date that we want is that before the next payment run, we want to have issued as many cards as possible to beneficiaries. The next payment run is on this first Tuesday of April, and therefore that's what we're rushing against, to see if we can hit another 800,000 more beneficiaries during this time, so that we can reduce this number to be, if possible, reduce this number to be less than 1 million by the end of March. That's what we're working towards, Chair. This was just to say, at the current rate, that's what that's what we have. Again, we talked about the interventions. Where are we with the interventions that we're working on? The SPA has started. We're starting to engage with SPA. We've done the training. We started to engage and started to work at some SPAs. It has not been necessarily easy in the sense that SPA has franchise, so some franchisors are not necessarily comfortable, but we're working very well with SPA, very grateful of the relationship. It's really making a difference. And then can I just share, there's always a question that we receive, how many roving teams do you have? Let me just maybe explain this again. We don't have a set number of roving teams. Roving teams we create as and when we need them, where we need an agency. There's an emergency, there's a number of beneficiaries, maybe there's a long queue, and then we create a quick roving team to go help with the capacity. We create a quick roving team depending on the work that we're doing with SASSA, because they do the monthly, I always forget the name that they use for their monthly, Dr. D, are you on the call? They have a term that they use. What is that?
ICROPS is the outreaches into the remote areas.
The outreach that they do. So we'll create, we'll create a roving team depending where the outreach is. And that was the whole point behind roving teams, to use as and when, to either increase capacity, to go to the most remote areas. And roving teams, the people that we use for roving teams do not sit, sometimes they are used at a set site. Sometimes they're sitting, sometimes we take them because that site is not busy, and then we rove them. And that's what was always the design, because we wanted to have nimbleness to act very quickly. And we've seen it, it's helped tremendously. We've seen roving teams going, for instance, I think at the beginning of this, the Cape Town Bree Street, not Bree, now the name I forget it again, was a challenge. We sent a roving team there, helped. We took the roving team and we moved it straight to the Northern Cape. We took that roving team. Again, it is to react and act wherever or plan the outreaches that we have to do with SASSA. Because I hear this question coming over again, how many roving teams, where are they, what are they doing? That's the whole point, they rove. And if they're not needed for that time, they're sitting somewhere and aiding with capacity. I mean, just last week we sent, like for instance, in Mpumalanga, we needed more resources. We created a roving team. Sometimes we create a roving team from, we'll take Gauteng resources and we'll send them to a site where we believe that there needs to be extra resources or there needs to be a quick intervention, and we'll create the roving team. But it's not people that are waiting and just all the time. It changes every day how many roving teams we have and where they are needed. And then on the cardless again, remember, we've always said, because again, I hear the question is that what's happening with the cardless? How many people are on the cardless? Remember, we always said the cardless is not the first solution that we want. The cardless is that if people are showing up, and again, there's long queues, and we want people not to go home without being helped, because we know how many cards we can issue within an hour, within the opening hours of the retailer, and maybe with the capacity that we have there. Then we then add extra resources, and then they register people for the cardless solution. It is not the solution that we want to give as the first price. If we can manage the queue, obviously we give people cards and we ensure that people go home with a card, which so far we have managed. But the cardless solution again is an addition to ensure that people don't go home empty-handed. We give them an opportunity to register so that they don't go home without a black card, without anything, and just still have this yellow card, which means then they'll have a challenge. So we register them for the cardless solution. It is a solution that's already available. It is a solution that's that can be registered anytime. We use it as and when we need it. If the queues are out of hand and we look at the queues and we can see that we will not be able to handle that queue for that day. But it is not something that we take as a first prize. We want people to have a card. But remember for us that ultimately, this is also about financial inclusion. The cardless is not the ultimate financial inclusion. But financial inclusion, if you have a card, it means that you have access, easy access. You can use it to any POS machine. You can use it anyway to swipe. And we then start creating this cashless society that we want to create. But the cardless solution is easy sometimes, simply because sometimes it's just convenient for you because you are at a spa, you are at a retailer. I mean, I've gone to a retailer and then I'll do the cashback and say, and withdraw the funds there because maybe the nearest ATM is far. So it is there because every bank gives it as an option. And then, of course, the capacity in the call center, we continue with the recruitment. I think we're about to put those 22 resources now on the calls. Remember, this was just 12 days ago that we said we're recruiting the additional 22. So we still have to interview them. We still have to shortlist. We still have to. But I know that they're about to be put on the lines. And then, of course, we always want to emphasize this, that we're working around the clock to ensure that even in April, if you don't have your yellow card, your black card by then, we will ensure that you still have access to your funds. I think it's quite important to emphasize this, that whether you have the yellow card, whether you have your black card, your money will go into your bank account. It will be sitting in your bank account. No one can interfere with that. Whether you had an opportunity to register for cardless or not, your money that you earn from as a grant beneficiary will be paid into your account. But our duty goes beyond that. It's not only that to ensure that money is in your account, but it serves no purpose to you if you can access it, if you can't access it. So now we're working around the clock again to ensure that the SAPO branches are an option for people if they don't have their black card, they're not on the cardless solution, so that you can access your funds. I know, for instance, my COO always joins me for these meetings, but because she was in Cape Town for 2 days, even today, she said, look, can I just be excused for today from this meeting and joining you? Because I want to make sure that I'm working very closely with SAPO to make sure this process is smooth. There's no hurdles around it.
There was a need to have a person who will be managing the organization.
Sorry, Chair and members, I've muted everyone. Chair, maybe the speaker can unmute herself, please. Sorry for that. I don't know who was doing it.
Thanks, Lindy. Please go ahead, CEO.
Unmute. Okay, there we go. Can you hear me, Chair?
Yes, can hear you clearly.
Okay.
Thanks.
Okay, so we still want to give this guarantee that we're working around the clock to ensure people have access to their funds, even post in April, because that's the month now we're going into, working around the clock to make sure the experience in the branches is smooth. Remember, we still have a few beneficiaries that we're still earning money in the branches, but now we appreciate that it's more volumes that are going to be going to those branches. Like shared in the last meeting, we do have over 500 branches. What we're doing now is looking at those branches and looking at the regions and looking if those branches will be enough, where we know where exactly are they, where are the beneficiaries, how many beneficiaries are there. And therefore, to ensure that if there's anything that we need to do extra to add capacity within that branch, because we can see that there's going to be more people going to it, what do we do then? Again, just to ensure that experience. But again, I think for me to emphasize that even post the 20th, before the next payment run, please, people must come and get their card. Their black card. We will still be there, the sites will still be open, and we will still be issuing cards. We will even have more sites by then. We do have regions where we still have a challenge with recruitment of people. Hence, I think my team went to the Western Cape to meet with MEC in the Western Cape to try and see what can be done in the Western Cape, because the resources are a challenge. It's not the availability of sites. We've got sites, but just the availability of resources. So we'll be collaborating there to see what else can be done. Chair, I'm going to stop there. I think that was it from my side. Thank you so much.
Thank you, CEO, for that presentation. I will not let you off the hook until you cover a situation of the bedridden people and older persons and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Yes, no, my apologies, Chair. You did mention it. You did say I must touch on it. So the bedridden one, we're working with SASSA on this one, because remember, it is something that SASSA offered a long time ago, that you can go and register through their system. They verify you, and they then say whether you qualify for bedridden. And therefore, we've always said that we piggyback on this process. There is one challenge, because now in banking, there's security in terms of or how you send these cards and everything, but we're working, we believe, Chair, because the teams have been debating how to do this. We believe we're coming to a solution. In fact, I know that my team has sent me actually the update presentation, because I think it's something that I forgot to add, but I have problems accessing my emails now. I don't know why. So if you allow me, Chair, happy to send those 2 slides to say exactly where the team is, because I don't want to give an update of how far they have, because I know they've been continuing meetings, but I do know that we've aligned with SASSA on the process. We agreed on the process to happen. We are starting now to do those plannings in terms of visiting those people who are bedridden, because we do need, I think one of the things that SASSA confirmed and affirmed with us, that you do need to verify, because they see that that process can be abused, where people go, I'm bedridden, and need to find out they're not. So that was the caution that they gave us, hence we're aligning with them. Happy to share those slides, Chair, as a follow-up straight after the meeting. Sorry that I couldn't access them.
Okay. Thank you so much, CEO, for the presentation. I will now straight away ask the honorable members to show their hands to ask questions or to comment. I see Honorable Mnyai. I'm just going to be taking hands for now. Honorable Mnyai, Honorable Mhlongo, Honorable Abrams, Honorable Mare. I don't see any other member, but the members, Honorable Makatu. Oh, sorry, before Honorable Makatu, I have Honorable Reverend Kabaza, Honorable Makatu, Honorable Tafeni. Those are the hands. If the CEO could please take your presentation off so that I can see on the screen. Oh, thank you so much. Also, in that order. So, Honorable Nyai, over to you. Thanks.
Thank you, esteemed Honorable Chairperson, Acting DG and the senior management, Administrator and the CEO and the senior management of the Postbank. Chairperson, firstly, I don't know whether it's coincidence that we both went for oversight, individual oversight. I did my oversight in Soweto, where my PCO is. I was also in Tembisa. That's my home base area. And for me, I want to welcome the presentation before I talk to my oversight experience. One, I want to thank the Postbank and for the following, for living up to the honorable commitment to the people of South Africa, and as well as the beneficiaries, with respect to saying that no beneficiary will not receive this, will receive their grant. That commitment they've lived up to this date. That is the first aspect. And the other issue, Honorable Chairperson, and I can tell you now, from where I went, escorted by the PCO staff in Soweto, you know, the system was running very well, and the people, nobody, absolutely no one had a complaint about the process. The queue were there as usual, but it was efficient, it was effective. I want to say that from my own experience, what I've observed, it was way above my expectation and satisfactions. And I hope it is the same to the beneficiary and the people of South Africa. Because sometimes, Honorable Chair, let's give credit where it's due. This was a massive project, and their work so far has been outstanding in response to the call of the deadline they put forward. And this fact, in my view, of getting to pay everyone by all means or all tools available within the bank, it's critical. The numbers demonstrate the progress. The graphic reflection demonstrate the progress that there's a lot of uptake from our people that are responding to the call. They are responding to the call that the Postbank would have made. And I'll be failing in my duty, and as this honorable member, as an honorable member, also to thank the collaborative efforts of both the social development to complement the work that's being done by the Postbank. And it is important, Chairperson, that today really we thank the Postbank, its leadership, and the administrator and the CEO and everyone before here for such a great work done. South Africans, you can see for yourself to what they've committed. You can see the progress thus far, because this meeting, Honorable Chair, it's a public meeting. But I know at some point, without recognizing that the people are engaged in the Mashonisa element of South Africa, you know, and we would want always, Honorable Chair, to blame the Postbank with respect to those issues. But the key issues of this small credit provider, accredited and non-accredited, their method, we know it can deprive them to get them their payment themselves. But the money would have been paid by the post. Issues going forward, Chair, is that for us, let's support them to continue to work hard and meet their target with their efforts to serve our people with the highest degree of diligence. And I also do this without any fear of any doubt equally to the SASSA, who has committed to support them, without running a risk of continuous repeating myself. Chair, I want to thank you that we had a joint meeting. I want to thank you that we also this debrief. But the issue of the daily reporting, as honorable members, we should avoid to become, to macromanage the process, to become administrators or the official of the Postbank. That's not how oversight is done. They can't report to you every day as if they are reporting to CEO as an honorable member. And I'm sure there's a periodic allowed structured within the law of how often we can receive some feedback and do our oversight as honorable members of parliament. I thank you very much. And I must also discourage as public representative to confuse the work being done by SASSA nor by the Postbank, because we want to represent these people and we want them as if they must come to us, as if we want to provide them with a solution. Solution lies with the Postbank. Complementary support lies with SASSA, not with me, Chirizum Nyai, as a member of parliament. I thank you, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Nyai, for those comments. While I agree totally with you, I think we need to go back to why we are where we are today. It was as a result of the very beneficiaries being up in arms because of the challenges they were facing on the ground. And I am not going to be, I'm not going to take a few exceptions, excellent pockets of success, and extrapolate them to 264, 308 sites at the moment. So we appreciate the work that is being done, but we also know that there are places where it is not as good as you and I saw, and we will have to also accommodate those people. I will now hand over to the Honorable Mhlongo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Chairperson, let me also welcome the presentation by Postbank and say, Chairperson, that the efforts made by Postbank in issuing placements cards are commendable. Managing card replacements efficiently requires strong coordination, timely processing, and a commitment to customer service. Chair, I must say that over the past few weeks in this portfolio committee, we've been deliberating about this matter, and Postbank presenting here today clearly says that they have listened to the contributions of all honorable members, because their presentation speaks of progress, and we are happy with the progress, and want to say that to Postbank, it is much better if we work together as the Postbank, the portfolio committee, and SASSA, because listening at the presentation clearly says that we have been listened, Chair. And as yourself would have mentioned, Chair, that we did our own oversights in our constituencies. There is really progress that is happening there. So mine, Chair, would be just to applaud Postbank and SASSA for jointly working with the portfolio committees and hearing our concerns and the cries of the people of South Africa, that this process was a slow process and it was not assisting and it was not catering for our beneficiaries. And then Postbank and SASSA took it upon themselves to listen to honorable members, to listen to all the millions of South Africans out there and fixed their mistakes. We're here today, Chair, seeing the progress and applauding them. And we pray and we request that moving forward, everything should work in this manner for the betterment of our people. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Mhlongo. The Honorable Abrams.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and thank you for the presentations. Chairperson, not to, belabor the point of, the frustrations, the anxiety and all of that on the ground. But just to say that, this was preventable because we've been in the situation before, and just to say that we do hope that going forward, when, the new black cards reach expiry, that we don't find ourselves, back in the situation, and we learn from the lessons this time round. But my questions for clarity, I too received queries regarding insufficient fund, well, not the total amount of funds available. That one has been resolved, and that one was due to the incorrect levies being deducted from clients. So just to note, if the CEO can please note that some people who are receiving incorrect amounts, it's due to the Postbank charging incorrect levies. I'm still waiting confirmation on another case, 2 cases of why these seniors' monies were not paid into their accounts yesterday. But as more of those complaints come in, we will continue to share it with both the CEOs of Postbank and SASSA, who are also raised it with. Then, Chairperson, I'd like to find out, so the cardless withdrawal system that is being offered to people, obviously this is now so that they don't have to come back to stand in the queue. How will these people then eventually receive their Postbank card, the actual black card? Will they then have to come back at some point to a queue? Will the card be couriered to them? What provisions is being made? Because now obviously you're offering them the secondary option so that they don't stand in queues. But are these individuals going to be made to spend more money on transport, to travel these distances, to come and now collect their Postbank card when that card becomes available? So if you can just get clarity on that. And also, since we are now speaking about the cardless system, I would appreciate a slide on these numbers. So far, how many individuals have been moved to the cardless withdrawal system? And if that number can maybe be included in our presentations going forward as we monitor the situation. Then also, I imagine that the cardless system will require a cell phone number. And in one of the responses, Postbank messaged that their direct communications, direct messaging only reached less than 5% of the beneficiaries, which means either you don't have their phone numbers or many of the beneficiaries do not have, phones or smartphones and so forth. With that in mind, how is for example, like SASSA, KIC verifications and biometrics and all of those issues going to be addressed so that we don't have, a situation similar to what is going on with SASSA at the moment and the SRD Grant, where there's no verification of those people and cell phones and so forth, and then opportunists, find a loophole in the system to exploit and defraud the state and these individuals. So is this cardless system, the verifications, making sure the person that's registering with that phone is exactly the person who they say they are and therefore getting the money as such? If we can also just have an indication and it can come in writing afterwards, Chairperson, the number of beneficiaries per province that have already been assisted with a home visit, so that we can, understand what volume is being done at home visits. Then on the roving mobile offices, then thank you to the CEO for clarifying further on this point, because then there was for example, I then somehow misunderstood the role of these mobile officers. My understanding that these mobile officers would go to rural areas where there was no sites originally for this process, so that individuals don't have to travel that 100 kilometers to come to a site and then travel all the way back when they didn't get their card. So now to hear that the mobile officers are actually being deployed to where there are sites already, and where there are bottlenecks at existing sites, means that people are still having to travel those great distances to get to a active site. So the mobile officers are thus just resolving some capacity at the existing site, but they actually aren't adding to the number of sites. And that was something that I then only understood in this presentation. So people are still traveling great distances to get to the sites. Then also, I'm just working through my notes. On the issue of, I'd also like to know, what was the reason why Postbank didn't put the word SASSA on the bank card for the beneficiaries? Many of the beneficiaries held on to their gold cards because it said SASSA, and that, was easy for them to use at clinics and hospitals. So what was the reason why, Postbank made the decision to remove the word SASSA on the card? And then just a question for SASSA when they do eventually get an opportunity to answer. But the CEO also did speak about her Postbank, not Postbank, South African Post Office colleague who's engaging. We are still getting, I'm still getting complaints of the Quad 7 beneficiaries who are struggling to access their grants at the post offices. And I mean, the one example that I was given was just based to sheer lack of communication between the two entities, where the person went from the morning 8 o'clock, was not helped the entire day that she was there, only because the official at the post office couldn't reach the official at the Postbank to authenticate whatever needs to be authenticated with this person. So I do just hope, Chairperson, that the CEO can please, look at this category of Quad 7 beneficiaries and to formulate some intervention around these individuals who are struggling to collect their grants at the post office. And then lastly, Chairperson, I think there's also, I would appreciate some proactive communication that individuals know that post the 20th of March, that they can still come to the sites to come and collect their cards, that they have until, the next payment run in April. Because some of the messages that have been coming through to me, when people are thinking now of this deadline, which is the 20th of March, they're thinking it's overdone, complete, they mustn't come out any further. And without confusing the messaging of the deadline, but the fact that the sites will still be active, I just want to implore the Postbank to please share that message as wide as possibly. If we can also get infographics on that messaging, that the sites are still active, because what we don't want to see now is that people have this hard deadline to the sites after Postbank has put in all these additional measures to assist them. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honourable Abrahams. The Honourable Member that is coming next is the Honourable Murray. Over to you.
Good morning. Okay. Good morning, Chairperson. Good morning, colleagues and everyone. I also would like to say thank you for the slides that was provided for us, Chairperson, but I want to disagree this morning before I even start with my questions, is that we Postbank don't have to report to us on a daily basis, but they are reporting to us because we're sitting in a crisis. And it is not like Postbank is doing it us because we just want it like that, because we want to macro manage Postbank in any way. It is not the case. The question I want to ask Postbank, I want to know, are you happy with the report that you have given us today? Because you said that you are almost at 1 million. By the next week, you will have your 1 million. The 20th is a week away. And you are saying you are happy with your 1 million. And we're talking about 6 million, 8 million people that must still get the cards. And the question I want to ask is that, how many towns do we have in South Africa? If you are saying, I'm just going to make an example. KZN and Western Cape is the biggest provinces you can get. But if you look at the number of sites in Western Cape, you have 19 sites. It's only now that they are sending in a team that is a roaming team that is running around from one province to the others. What is happening to the areas that doesn't have any sites? How are those people going to get? Because, Chairperson, the reason why I'm asking this question, our people are such SASSA recipients. They don't have money to travel from Willemore all the way to Graafrenet, where it costs you 450 Rand with a taxi to Graafrenet and 400 Rand back. So I just want to find out, what is SASSA doing about that? Because that is where the problem is lying. The same with Cape Town. Grabouw doesn't have sites. Pearly Beach doesn't have sites. Gansbaai doesn't have sites. How are these people going to get their cards if there is no sites and they will go there once a week? When are they going to finish with this amount of people that must get their cards, Chairperson? It's nice to say, yes, we will continue and you will be able to continue with your Go cards. Explain that to an old person, that you can still, no, the government has said I must have my black card by the 20th. You know, our old people are very precise. When things must be done, I'm saying it again, it must be done. Chairperson, the problem that I have, Chairperson, that it's only after our meeting that after we said we want a daily report, we can see the improvement. Now there's a roaming team that is running around to sort out crises. But it was not there. Since last year, Postbank knew that this is going to be the changing of the cards. They did nothing. It's only after we made a noise that we start seeing now things are happening. And the other thing I need to understand, Chairperson, is that they said now they made an agreement with SPA. SPA, okay, I don't have a problem with that. But Chairperson, did they consult any other big retail shops like ShopRite and USafe? Because SPAs is not in all the on all the regions, in all the small towns. There isn't SPAs there. And if you know, if I get my card at SPA, I'm somehow going to buy at SPA. And SPA is very expensive for our old people. And that is just a concern that I'm having, Chairperson. And then, Chairperson, I just need to understand this thing of Postbank, is that, yes, you say that people are moving to other banks. What are the reasons? Did you ask yourself the question as Postbank? What are the reasons that people are moving to other banks? If you don't give a proper service to people, they're going to look somewhere else. If I want to buy something at Foschini, but Foschini quality is not fine, I'm going to go to another store. I'm going to go to Pep stores or wherever I want to go. So they must go and look at it, the question that they've asked now. They don't know why people are moving. They need to have a workshop and a debriefing on what are the reasons why people are leaving the Postbank. Number one is they can say Postbank and Postnet, Post Office are not the same, but they don't have sites where people can go to. The sites people used to go to was the Post Office if they have any queries for Postbank. There is no more sites. So where do I go if I have a query about my card? When this whole process is over, where do I go as a person that is staying in Aberdeen or a person staying in Stateleville in the Eastern Cape? Where do I go to? Because there is nothing at because my post office has closed. Where is the sites for Postbank? And then, Chairperson, I also want to know, this cardless service that they are talking about, old people don't have cell phones. If they have cell phones, they ask the children to assist them with certain things. And that is where the old people are going to lose their money again, because they know the old people don't understand the phones. So I can take some of my grandmother's money and she won't even know about it. That is how I want to know, what is the system that they're going to use for the old people, because not all the old people have cell phones. Not all the old people understand cell phones, especially our people that is coming from the rural areas. That is going to be a difficult one. And then, Chairperson, the old age homes and the home visits. How many have they done? They need to show us on a slide. How many old age homes have they visited? How many old age homes have they finished? And how many old age homes do we have in South Africa? And then also the home visits. They need to tell us, Chairperson, how many home visits they go, because putting up a slide and you don't come with concrete evidence and say, this is what is happening there. It is like, I must still give more slides. Chairperson, we need to understand it. Like I'm saying again, Chairperson, we are not blowing things out of proportion. We are in a crisis. We've been in a crisis before. We are again in a crisis. We are not learning by our mistakes. And this thing, it is massive, Chairperson. People go into the bank and say insufficient funds. People start panicking immediately, start calling you immediately. So you can't move from the one, migrate from the one thing to the other. It's like when there's the telecommunications was saying we are moving from analog to digital. They gave the old people for 2 years, they gave them the new thing that was collected at the post office. And suddenly the thing is stopped because it's not working anymore. Why do you tell that old person? Why is a TV not working anymore? Because that thing is blocked now. So, Chairperson, we must be very careful when we talk about people from 60 and onwards, 85, 95. It is difficult for these people to understand this thing. This is how it's working. But I want to ask Postbank, are they happy with how far they came since last year? Because it's only the end of almost the end of January, the beginning of February, they started making a noise about the end of 28th of February, this thing is over. Then they gave extension to the 20th. They're not going to make the 20th if they haven't even reached 1 million yet, Chairperson. So they must come and give us an idea what is going to happen next, Chairperson. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Honorable Mare, for those comments. I will now hand over to the Honorable Reverend Kobaza. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Thank you so much, Chairperson, Honorable Chairperson, and honorable members. Chairperson, we are in the crisis, and the presentation does not show that we are in the crisis. The tone of the presentation does not show that we are in the crisis. As MK, we do want to see Postbank being the state bank. And the first question maybe will be that how far are we with that process of the license and everything to make sure that Postbank is well resourced, because some of the challenges that the Postbank is facing is the resourcing, the financing, to make sure that there are people on the ground that are working, there are technical people that are there and making sure that the bank works properly. I think the resources, it is limited. Again, maybe I'll also highlight that I've said this before, that there are a number of people that are being sent to commercial banks due to these challenges that we are facing at the current moment of this migration. Number of people are being moved, especially the youth, because they cannot stand on those long lines. The elderlies, they stand there for the whole day, but the youth, they opt to go to the commercial banks. And that is not a good thing, because everyone that is on grant systems could be the pensioners, or we want them on Postbanks, because we want Postbank to be the state bank. So that's what we are pushing as MK, that we want this Postbank to be well resourced, because right now it cannot perform up to the T. Obviously, that it cannot also give like your insurances and everything that other banks are able to provide their clients. So our beneficiaries are suffering due to the resources also that must be put on the Postbank, and then they are not given to Postbank. One another thing, you know, during COVID, Department of Health also came to us, the religious leaders, to be able to use churches as their centers also. And I'm saying to Postbank today, I've spoken to a number of church leaders, and there are churches or church leaders that are there willing to that Postbank can use their churches as the center where they can use their migration and do their migration things. So that's because some elderly cannot travel as far as some. They need to pay a lot of money to go to these centers, but there are churches that are nearby, especially in the rural areas, and there are churches that are available for you to use. Because it is a crisis again, we have said that we can even deploy some volunteers to assist on this, because it is a crisis. We cannot, the other member has alluded to this also, to say that the elderly, some cannot use their phones, and they will want their children or whoever that is nearby to assist with that USSD or whatever. And that's where they're not going to get their money now, you know, because some, they will be able to take their money. So we are having a crisis, and we should treat it in that manner. We do applaud the working relationship of the departments, where you have social department, communication, and the Postbank coming together to give a service to beneficiaries. That we can applaud that, but what is happening on the ground, it is not what we would like to see being done to us. That's why MK is the voice of the voiceless, of the marginalized. As much as there are sites that you are able, those sites that they are running smooth, but the sites that are not running smooth, it's a disaster on those sites. I said it the other day when we had a meeting, that now we did visit sites in Cape Town where people slept on the side. People came 1 o'clock a.m. and when I came in 12 o'clock, those people are still on the line. And so it's a terrible story to tell to the South Africans on what is happening to some of the sites. And I plead to you, I'm saying that can we take this as these are our mother, what do they say, your blood. Maybe if we take it that way, the treatment will be different. When we look at everyone as my mother, everyone as my grandmother, everyone as my child, that is not going to get their grant. And it's terrible to go to the counter and you try and put that card in, and the card declines. The card does not work. The panic in that at that instant, it is not. I think myself, if on the day I'm supposed to earn my salary and it's not there, all hell will break loose. I will go to whoever and fight for it, you know. And if ever the government have made a commitment to say we are giving a grant to these people, these beneficiaries, and it must get there. Yeah, there are no excuses when it comes to this. These are poor people. These are people with no money, and they're expecting this money, and they go have loans to go to these places, and they don't get money. And when that money comes, it all goes to Omashonisa. So I would like this committee to treat this in that way, and the posture of the members and also the directors and everyone, CEOs of the entity Postbank especially, that we want Postbank to be the state bank, and it should be treated like that, and it must be well resourced from our side and government, so that it will be able to perform. Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Reverend Kwabaza, for those comments. I just would like to hand over now to the Honorable Makgatu. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I just want to welcome the report back management. Most of the people are receiving their benefits, and as the members of portfolio, I think some are happy in that. And then, according to me, the report shows that we are not in crisis, because people are working and trying to work too much. It's just that things are not 100% normal, but they are working to try to give the people money at the correct time. And then lastly, we appreciate the work done, and please, they must go on. And then most of the things are clarified, and people try to make meetings with communities and also with the old people, especially the Postbank management. I think they must try by all means to have meeting with the communities, with the old people, so that they can try to highlight most of the things to them. And again, I can say, let's support them and give assistance where necessary, because this is crucial, and then we need to make the things to go to the right direction. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Makgatu, for those comments, and I now hand over to the Honorable Tafeni.
Oh, thank you, Chairperson. Good mornings to the members and the presenters. I want to welcome the presentation. Chairperson, my first question, is there a reason why the new SASSA Postbank card will not allow for debit orders, which has a potential to limit grant recipient credit eligibility option? And is Postbank now a standalone entity divorced from the South African Post Office, or whether it's still part of the Post Office but operating outside Post Office offices? And also, will the Postbank service as things currently stand only cater for grants recipient, or it will also be open to ordinary South Africans who are not actually grant recipient? If so, does the entity have enough capacity to carry out this mandate? And how many Postbank branches do you have in the entire country, with special mention to rural areas and townships? And the other question, is Postbank certified with the number of its payment independent and business experts who were first appointed in December 2023, or whether there is still room to hire more more in forever involving and advancing banking environment so that the entity cannot be left far behind. Another question, how much will be the cost of banking charges or grants recipient compared to other ordinary South African banks? And will the entity be making enough profit in order to sustain its operation and improve its services, including establishing branches? And what steps are taken to guide against fraud? In other words, how secure are your systems security-wise when it comes to guiding against potential fraud? The last person, will all participating retail partners assisting the entity in rendering its service, such as SPA and others, provide those services in all retail store branches around the country, or only in certain store branches? Thank you, Chairperson. That is my comment.
Thank you, Honorable Tafeni. I see that the Honorable Nyai's hand is up again, but I've also seen that the Honorable Ramaila's hand is up, so I will allow the Honorable Ramaila to go first to take the first bite before we hand over to the Honorable Nyai. Honorable Ramaila.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning to colleagues and officials from both departments on this platform. Chair, my comment is just to say the rate of increase in the number of black cards issued in a period of 12 days bears testimony to the good work of collaboration and coordination between departments that are involved in this matter. And I'm sure going forward, if we could improve on this, I'm sure we can be able to quite manage a number of challenges that we are faced, because ultimately it is the Department of Social Development that takes responsibility on such matters. So I just need to encourage that we really do need to improve on our collaboration in as far as these matters are concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila. Honorable Nyai, I believe you want to say something again.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. I really appreciate the opportunity. What I want to raise, Chairperson, there's been a significant breaking news yesterday. Firstly, that the person who has been defrauding the SASSA grant has been sentenced direct 10 years in prison. This is Sarata Moni, Davis Gamoni, who really had millions of contracts with South African police. We thank the judiciary arm of the state and the magistrate Peter Nell for such a great work, and for SASSA current leadership for providing much more proof and evidence for such defrauding program that has been done, for such crime. Now, another issue, Chairperson, is that I would want to put a concrete proposal that there should be, I must raise this to the administrator, that we need much more closer collaboration and working together between the Postbank and SASSA. I'll say these issues because there was an outcry from our councillors for a meeting that was convened. Then Postbank did not pitch. And remember, SASSA is not Postbank. As a consequence, the credibility of SASSA, it will be in the decline. The trust of SASSA with the people will be declined because they've coordinated a meeting on the basis of the earlier agreement that they should complement the work of the Postbank. We want the relationship to be improved going forward. The other issues, Honorable Chair, is that I think administrator and the CEO and senior management, what we see as a presentation should also talk to what's happening on the ground. I must say something else with regard to the Western Cape, because we work here in the Western Cape in balance. For instance, here in the Western Cape, you have only 13 sites out of 19 that you have reported. Only 13 sites which are not fully operational. Mr. Kayange, please, if this could be addressed, because it's one of the areas that I also followed through after the Minister of Social Development visited. I also went to these sites. 13 sites are not fully operational in the Western Cape. I'm saying we represent the whole country. I've not been to Eastern Cape, to Limpopo and elsewhere. But I'm saying that while I really encourage you and appreciate your work, this area need to be attended to SAP, because the functional operational side is critical. And I must say that there's this one aspect, Chairperson, the issues of further collaboration between the Postbank and SASSA with respect to the beneficiary that is requested. Remember, those that are bedridden, for instance, that have requested for various commercial banks, for instance, those issues are not concluded. The bedridden beneficiary, can they be concluded? And that, I see that happening, Honorable Chairperson and the CEO, through closer working together. On the matter of security, I don't work for Visa. I happen to visit the Visa conference, which are usually held in London, Dubai, and so on, here in Cape Town. Because I was not registered, I could not participate. But I was able to speak to the expert on the matter of security, which has been guaranteed and demonstrated by other areas where the complicated area, where there's a lot of cybercrime, that it's proven to be functional and secure. So I'm saying, therefore, maybe it's important for this portfolio committee through the Postbank, to receive the presentation on Visa with respect to the matter of security, just for other members to ascertain themselves. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mnyai, and thank you so much, honorable members, for your comments. I see that Honorable Mare's hand is up again.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I forgot to ask just the one thing, Chairperson. People were asking yesterday, apparently at these sites, some of these ladies that are working there, they come with a pile of documents that is filled in already, and then they make the pile of cards. Is that the cards that is going to the old age home, or is it because people they are knowing that they are assisting before the time, not standing in a queue? What it is all about? Because they wanted to know, why must we stand in a queue? And then this person just come and bring this whole pile of documents, pull it in, and then make out cards. That is the question I want to ask. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Mare, and thank you, honorable members. I just want to hand over to Postbank and the department. But before I do that, the question I have is that these cards, the very migration from gold card to black card was as a result of some order that was that said that the gold cards had security vulnerabilities, that it needed to be out of the system. And so this is why we are having this. Now, I would like the department or the CEO of Postbank to just, for the benefit of the honorable members, to say that both the cards themselves are secure. There will not be any comeback in that regard, but also the issuing of it. Is it ensuring that there cannot be any fraudulent activities that will take place? I'm not preempting any cyberspace security, whatever that is possible, but I'm saying at issuing level, are we ensuring that we are not going to be getting another sort of order that says, no, these cards now must be out of the system because of the toll that it takes on the beneficiaries. I can assure you now that most of the beneficiaries that are moving to other banks are just trying to run away from this one situation where they have to panic, they have to be anxious, and they have to sort of dread this changing again. And for those who have been following this road that has been walked by the Department of Social Development and SASSA in particular, will know that we've been here before, and it was not a good place to be. And so I just would like to find that out. And also just to say that I know now that we are talking about the bedridden, I want to also include the persons with disabilities that may not necessarily be bedridden, but be in wheelchairs, in crutches, cancer patients, and so on and so forth, that in the category where you are planning for this outreach, because my understanding is that it has not happened yet, but that the 2 slides that we are going to be receiving will be actually outlining what it is that is now going to happen in the partnership between SASSA and Postbank in making sure that this rollout, this outreach of sorts, is going out to the people that we categorized for the purpose of this meeting as those that are not mobile enough to be standing in queues, as it were. And we have seen some of them in pictures and videos that we've received from beneficiaries or from activists on the ground. So if you could please just, confirm that it's not only the bedridden people, but it's people that are not mobile and for whom it will not be fair or it will not be reasonable to expect on the queues and so on and so forth. And I do know that SASSA has a regulation that takes care of this issue, and some clarity can be given by SASSA as well if that is necessary. But I will hand over now to the Department of Communications and to Postbank to respond to those questions and comments. I do appreciate that it is quite a number of questions, but I'm sure you have been classifying them as into categories that you don't have to say Bridget Masango said this and Honorable this said that, but you answer in a way that it is clustering the questions according to the focus point of those questions. So I hand over to you. Thank you so much again, honorable members, for your comments and your questions.
Thank you, Chairperson and members, for the questions. We have noted them down. I'm going to allow Postbank to respond and then maybe come in towards the end in terms of clarifying the licensing. Thanks.
Thank you, Refilo, for those. And Chair, yes, I'm going to try and categorize the questions and hope I don't forget. And maybe let me start on the cardless as a topic. So yes, we have not registered anyone on the cardless because remember, we said the cardless is there as a secondary. The primary thing that we want people to have is the black card. The cardless, though, we're ready and willing to do it if we feel that the queue will not finish it by that day. If we believe that there's an issue, let's say maybe the network is not working, and then we'll move on to the cardless. But as long as we believe that we can get through the queue, we will be able to give the people the black card, we continue with issuing the card. So that's where the cardless is coming from. And then maybe while we're dealing with the cardless, there was also a question around the security of the cardless. Remember, that's why for us, the way we register someone with the cardless is that we register them for the cardless. So we are not using existing phone numbers of anyone to trust that that's your latest. We will register you on the cardless as you on the queue, so that we ensure that we verify the right person with the card. Of course, if the granny does not have a cell phone number, then we encourage her to get the black card, because that's the one that's what we would want for them to not. Remember again, we could never go beyond as to dictate to the granny whose cell phone they want to use. If the granny says, I want to use my granddaughter's cell phone, because remember, on the line, we verify the cell phone that you want to use. You want to use the cell phone, then we can't get into that, because we do know, even now, the granny will give their card to someone with their PIN to go withdraw on their behalf. That's beyond our responsibility. Our responsibility, though, is to ensure that your money goes to the detail that you have given us, so that you have access to it, and that you are educated enough to know what this means and how it works. Again, the roving teams. The roving teams do work exactly that. They do go to sites that are remote. It's not only when there's capacity. I was explaining that they do use where there's additional capacity required, but they do go to remote sites. That's why I was saying we're working with SASSA. Because the outreach for SASSA, the program, as far as I understand, with SASSA, it is about going to the most remote areas. Therefore, we partner with them. We use a roving team to go to this outreach. It is quite remote, so it is used for both. It's not only for adding capacity, but we're saying if we do need to add capacity, the roving team then will run to that queue or to that site to help with capacity. And then there was a question around if someone register for cardless. Again, that's why we're saying it's a secondary, because we're trying to avoid exactly that. Yes, you will have, if you so happen now to register for cardless, at some point you're going to have to come back for the black card. But remember, you can come back for the black card when you go to collect your money. So it's not about spending more money, because we see that beneficiaries, because that's why we've partnered, and I'm now answering another question that said we partnered with only with SPAR. Remember now, we did communicate even earlier that we've partnered with all retailers. That's where we started. SPAR is an additional retailer that we're using. We've always partnered with Checkers, we've always partnered with USAVE, we've always partnered with Boxer. Those are the people that we've partnered with for a long time, not only now with this project. We were adding SPAR because SPAR was providing resources with their partnering in terms of the model that they use. But remember, again, on the cardless, you don't have to come back tomorrow. You can come back when you're ready to register for the card, which is normally when people do go to the retailer. Hence, we chose the retailer, because we know that that's where they collect their funds. When you go to collect your next fund, let's say in May, and then you can collect your black card. Then, so therefore, there's no wastage in you using your money to come back for an extra trip to collect your card. That's actually why we do use this cardless, because it can hold you up until you are ready to come and you're collecting your money. I've answered the roving team. Again, there was yes, we're collaborating quite well with SASSA. I think we enjoy that relationship with them. Absolutely, they've been very helpful where they could have helped. And again, I think Honorable Marais said a comment and said that it is only since the committee got involved that things I would say that's not entirely true, though. As the stats are showing, we do not see progress only because the committee called us to answer what you believe it's the right thing, which is why we come here happily to come and report to the committee. The interventions that you're seeing, as the slides have shared, are showing that really the biggest difference we saw came when we announced the deadline. Hence, we shared this. This is even before we met the committee that we saw us doubling in terms of the volumes that we're issuing. And simply because, and again, that's why I was saying that even here, we're not necessarily even added more sites. We have not even started with the cardless. All that happened is that beneficiaries showed up and the numbers more than doubled. Not because we were called by the committee, which we appreciate and are willing and very happy to come and share. Why are people moving? We answered this again. We said this is something that, like I said, we tried and see if SASSA has any information, because remember, a person goes to a SASSA office and says, I want to change my banking details. I want now my salary of my grant to be paid to a different account. And I shared exactly that's the first point we started to see if there's any data that SASSA keeps. And again, I shared there that we understand that that's not their role. And therefore, when they said we don't have such, we understood it, because they're not there to monitor why you're moving to one bank or another. And therefore, we now starting to do that work in terms of finding, we actually went on tender, I think last quarter, to find companies that can help us do that research and understand what is happening with our beneficiaries, because we do care about why people are moving. We don't want people to move away. I'm not going to touch, Chair, on the post-March. I think, again, Honorable Marie was asking what's happening post-March. I think we've shared this quite extensively in terms of what are the options post-March, how we're working with SAPO. So I'm going to just move from that. Happy to engage further if there's anything that I'm missing with regards to this. Again, Reverend Kwabaza was asking what's happening with the license. I think Rufilo was saying we're going to share what is happening with the license, but we are in the process of applying for that license. But remember, I always share this, the commercial license absolutely allows the bank to do more, but there are requirements in terms of meeting that commercial license. And I think actually it was, again, Reverend Kwabaza or Tafeni who mentioned the funding that is required. One of the things that will allow us to get the license is funding, injection into the business in order for us to build the bank, because the license, you don't get the license if you don't have the required prerequisites for you to operate like a bank. You don't get the license. It's not only submitting the papers. What SAB does, comes to your business and assesses your readiness to say you can do this job. But I also wanted to clarify that, remember, for the bank, the commercial license is the ultimate, but the other licenses allow you to do banking services. For instance, the one license that we're now pursuing is what is called financial services provider. Now, that license allows you to do insurance, allows you to do loans, allows you to do even more than what we're doing now, even before you get the full commercial license. The benefit of the full commercial license, of course, will allow us to take, for instance, the deposits from, let's say, the municipalities, because there's, for instance, PFMA does not allow, for instance, municipalities to bank with someone who's not fully commercial. It does not have a full commercial license. But again, it's not the biggest hindrance to the application is not the actual application. It is the funding, it is the prerequisites, it is the build of the bank. And I think again, either Reverend Kwabaza mentioned that the funding to the bank, we do need funding to build the bank. We do need funding. Even for this project, we went to the National Treasury twice to ask for funding to run this project, because we did appreciate how much the effort it will take and how much needs to be done in order for us to optimally run it. And I think there were questions around, do we have branches? No, Postbank before this distribution, which is why, again, it's such a pity sometimes. And I think the teams on the grounds, if they were to ever hear that there was ever a notion that Postbank is incompetent or Postbank didn't do anything and waited just for a crisis. It would be quite disappointing for them, because for us to build the capacity that will build nationally is a lot of work that we had to do. It is not absolutely a child's play, because we don't have branches nationally. We only had 2 head offices. We had a head office, Postbank had a head office in Pretoria, head office in Joburg. That's why it's always operated. And yet, yes, it used the sub branches, but we know there were challenges there, besides the fact that some of them were closing, but the security, the safety of the elderly, but the compliance in terms of the license that we have to issue cards, it was not compliant, and therefore we could not continue with that, with using that. So we have to build the bank going forward. Chair. And then there was a question around fraud. Our fraud has gone down 80% year on year. 80% year on year. And that's what we're working towards to improve every day in terms of the fraud, in terms of how we work. That's why for us, and again, I'm going to include this with a question. I think again, Honorable Maria was saying, people are saying there's documents to register, which I can't necessarily answer as to what were they referring to, but maybe let me clarify how you get a card. You don't need, there's no document, there's no paperwork, there's no paper for you to get your card, because then it will not be compliant. You go with your ID, you use your fingerprint, we verify you, live verification, that checks as you stand there with Home Affairs that you are who you say you are. We don't only depend on you producing your ID, because we know that that is not enough, but we verify you with your fingerprint to ensure that you are the person that you say you are, even though we're looking at your ID. So we do three-way verification. There's a physical verification, because you have to go there physically. There's the ID that you produce, and therefore we check the face against the ID. And then the third part is your finger. So there's no document, there's no paperwork that you fill at all. And then we call up your file on the system, the file that we have, to see that indeed you exist. Because again, a person can go there and say, I mean, we've had people, fraudsters, and say, I'm a SASSA beneficiary earner, and then we go to our file, we go, we don't exist in our file, and therefore, unfortunately, we can't help you because that's the file we have to trust, because that's the file we work with. Besides even the other verification that we use, so absolutely we do that. And then again, there were questions, I think, Honorable Munyai, that the 13 sites, so every site that we have in Western Cape is operational. Yes, there is additional sites that we want to add. So when we're saying 13 sites were not operational, I'm not sure what that number would have come from. But every site that we have in the Western Cape that is supposed to be active is active. We keep on adding those sites. And again, Honorable Maria was saying, well, when are you going to do it? Do we know the numbers? We work up to not only the as much as here we present and say the Western Cape, the Northern Cape, but we work per district. For instance, in the Western Cape, Northern Cape, we will know up to a point that in Overberg we have about 12,000 customers. In West Coast we have 19,000 customers. Garden Route we have 31,000 customers. That's up to the detail that we have. And therefore, when we plan, we might not necessarily be there now, but we know that we only have 12,000 customers. And therefore, what we do is that we will communicate. We're working even with the municipal leaders to help, so that we communicate ahead of time and say we're coming on this date, ensure that at least that 12,000 is coming, because we know that we can get through a 12,000 in one day, and therefore you don't have a set, and sometimes we'll stay 3 days maximum, depending, just to allow people to come over time. That's how we plan this thing. That's how we're working to ensure that, but we're working up to that detail. We know exactly how many people are where. We don't speak at a national level. We know we speak at a regional level. We speak down to the district, down to the town level, and therefore we plan like that. There was also a question, are we happy with the report? Absolutely happy with the progress that we're making. Did we plan to be here by now? No, we do not plan to be here by now. But I think I touched on that we did plan to do this over 6 months, which was absolutely achievable over 6 months. That was the plan, hence we started almost 6 months ago. But we accept that we're here now. we have to work with what we have now and make it as optimal as possible. So we're happy with the progress, we're happy with how we're moving, but we improve every day. So when we say we're happy, it doesn't mean that when we get feedback or where there's a place to improve, we sit back and say, well, we're happy and therefore we're not doing. Every day we're improving on our work, but we are happy with the progress that we're seeing. We're happy with the fact that the interventions that we're putting in place are producing, and those that don't produce, we stop them immediately. We are nimble in that sense, and therefore working around the clock to ensure that we improve every day. Chair, and I think there was a question again on the SASSA card. Why did we lose the SASSA on the card? SASSA gave us a directive to say we must stop putting SASSA on the card. They don't want that anymore. Our card must just say Postbank, because that's how other banks have. The people earn their grants on the other bank's card, that those cards don't say SASSA, and therefore we had to abide with that. There was also a question, and I'm answering this because these questions relate to the master services agreement that we have with SASSA. Why does the card only do one thing? I think we shared this, that's also the challenge that we have. I think it was the question was, why, for instance, does it not take debit orders? One of the challenges that we do have is that the MSA does limit us to do that. And it does go against financial inclusion. But what is financial inclusion? Financial inclusion is not only that you have a card, is that you use this card, firstly, to create a cashless society. Secondly, for you to take advantage of what a bank has. And therefore, when the master services agreement says no card of beneficiaries that Postbank use must do anything except to get the grant coming in, and then once you take it out, and then that's it. That's unfortunately the directive that we've got from SASSA as well, which we know works against absolutely what we're trying to create as a bank and our mandate as a bank that we've been given. Because financial inclusion is exactly against that your account is used as a post office type of thing, that funds come in and then you take them out, and then that's the only engagement you have within the financial services or within banking. That's something I think we will plead with the committee, actually, now that it's been brought up, that maybe that's something that you should have with the SASSA, that conversation as to the limitations that we're putting, because what it does, it actually creates a disadvantage for the beneficiary and I mentioned two ways. Firstly, what the limitation it does, that it means that Gogo now has to go and open another card of another bank. Now she's moving with two cards. So at some point, both of these cards, as much as our card is cheaper, our account is cheaper, because there was also another question. Yes, the way we structured it, it does work out cheaper for the beneficiary to bank with us. But now she is now forced to open another account, because if I need to put money into my mother's account that I would normally give her, she can't now receive that money on the Postbank card as per the agreement that we have to SASSA. She has to go and open another account with another bank, whom then she's now being charged by both these banks. So that's the disadvantage. Again, pleading with the portfolio committee, maybe to have that conversation with SASSA. So that's the one limitation. Another limitation that the master service agreement has that does not benefit the beneficiary is the fact that we're not even allowed to create rewards for the beneficiary, because I think there was a question at some point that why do we use retailers? And we've always been clear as Postbank that our view is to ensure that the beneficiary benefits as well. And I always make an example that someone like you and I might have a card from Woolworths. Now that card has rewards that you benefit from. If there's a sale for 20%, you might get a sale for 25%. But we can't even do such things with the beneficiaries. And I always make an example of this one, that the one easy reward that we want to give to our beneficiaries is that if, for instance, you go to a retailer during the payment run and you're swapping with the Postbank card, you could get a benefit, because we do know that retailers get feet into their stores during these payment runs, and they get feet also because we have partnered with them to accommodate our beneficiaries. But now we can't give anything back to the beneficiary because the MSA says we can't. So again, pleading with the portfolio committee to look at those things, those limitations that the MSA has to Postbank that actually disadvantages the beneficiary, not Postbank, but the beneficiary. Because when we say we want to do a reward, Postbank does not benefit from a reward. The beneficiary benefits. When we say we want the card to do more, it is not a benefit of Postbank, but again, the beneficiary to ensure that we deal with financial inclusion in South Africa. Again, I think, Chair, there were some questions that you asked towards the end around the expiry. Yes, the cards, there's two reasons why we are here today. Absolutely. One is that the cards, it expires 2 years back, so they do need to be upgraded. The chip on the card does need to upgrade. That's why your card might have a 5-year expiry date, because all banks need to upgrade their cards at certain periods, 5 years, 8 years, some might go even to 10 years. But you do need to upgrade the card after a certain point. Yes, the second reason is that there was a potential what do I call it? A compromise. And I say potential because the card that the beneficiary has is not compromised, but the back-end system that Postbank had to deal with, hence the variation notice, meant that there were some gaps that should someone do something, they might find a gap. So we had to close those gaps as well. But the card that the person does have is working fine, but the back end of how we issue the card, it had to be fastened. Again, I think I've apologized on this, that it is not escaping the question in terms of the bedridden. Like I said, my team had prepared this. We are collaborating with SAPO. We are up to SASSA. We are absolutely piggybacking on the current process, because we don't want to introduce a process that the person does not have. So we are piggybacking on the SASSA process for bedridden people. And Chair, I stand corrected, but I do think it does accommodate some disabilities, and therefore we're working with that. It's just that there are requirements for banking that we need to make sure that we take care of them. Again, as promised, we will try and send that update by today to say where are we with that process and when do we start. And again, there was a question around how do we make sure that the issuing of card, I think in the process that I've explained in terms of how we do issue card, that's how we want to make sure that we give the card to the right person. But again, we remember we would not be able to be giving a card if, for instance, that card had not been verified, that it needs to be corrected. Yes, it's under the variation notice. The variation notice deadline is the 31st of March, and SAB has to make a decision at that point as to whether we're out of the variation notice or not. I think from a Postbank perspective, we have done everything in our power to move out of that variation notice so that we don't find ourselves in this position again. We have tightened security, we've tightened how our systems work, we've improved how our systems work, we've improved how we produce the card, we've improved the card itself to ensure that we prevent any compromise. And I think, Chair, you did put a disclaimer to say you're not preempting that the fraud does happen, and thank you for that, because remember, fraud does happen. People will always try, fraudsters will always attempt to defraud any bank. We've seen it across the world. You've seen it here in South Africa. I think we've seen it in the newspapers in the last 6 months. Almost probably more than 3 banks have seen fraud in their systems, have even been fined by the Prudential Authority for some of these gaps, as it is the oversight of the Prudential Authority. But I can guarantee you, every bank, whether you were fined or not fined, every bank works tirelessly to ensure that they prevent themselves ever finding themselves in that position of either being fined or fraud being happening. But it is something that you just have to prevent every day and work on it every day, because sometimes the fraud happens internally, that someone does get convinced. I mean, we've seen with our tellers that sitting in retailers being approached by fraudsters, offering them all sorts of things to collaborate with them to defraud us. And we've been lucky because it has been our tellers that raise it. It has been them that have had values enough to decline those offers, and then they report. Some of them have even been threatened when they decline, but we've been very lucky enough now that our tellers have not necessarily been involved in anything like that. But again, it is the person. We will do everything in our power to ensure that we hire the right person. But remember, post that the values of the person, you don't interview sometimes entirely for values as much as you try and assess that. But your duty is to train, to inform, to prevent systematically people having the ability to do that. And should it happen, to learn very quickly, close the gap, and ensure that it does not happen again. And I think that's what Postbank is doing every day to ensure that we prevent fraud as much as possible. Chair, I hope I've answered every question. I will leave it at that. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, CEO. I was the first one this morning to say that there are pockets of success and excellence on the ground. And I hope that that was not interpreted to say that things are hunky-dory on the ground, because they are not. And I think that is partly the reason why we are having this meeting, and we are having the updates that we keep getting on a daily basis or on a weekly basis. And I want to say that I'm urging that the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies, together with SASSA, together with Postbank, with collaboration with SASSA, we don't rest on our laurels, because the situation on the ground continues to be anxiety-inducing to so many people. And I want to give you this example, CEO, and you did say earlier on that you will be taking issues as they come, just to make sure that the system is made to be robust enough to absorb the rollout that is taking place on the ground. As we are sitting in this meeting, I get a message that says, in the West Coast, 3 sites are not operational as we speak. They are waiting for trained staff, which may be available tomorrow. So, but at the moment, we have people waiting in the West Coast in those sites, because those are published sites and so on and so forth. I'm giving you examples, 2 examples that are saying we have to stay vigilant until the last of the 2.8 million people have got their cards. We have in Otoran, for example, they didn't even start today because the cards will only be available tomorrow. So now is the time for those roving, sites or mobile sites to jump and make sure that the cards are not available tomorrow, because there are people that have been there since this morning. So the point I'm trying to make is that the work that is being done is appreciated and it is commended, but it is happening within an ecosystem that caused the meeting that we had last week, that caused the panic to set in within the members of this portfolio committee. And we may not do that because it was done not on behalf of the members of this committee or the members of the committee of the portfolio committee on communications and digital technology, but for the almost 3 million people that we are about today. So if this can be taken care of, and all the other, like you asked these members of this portfolio committee, CEO, to communicate to you, because there are sites that are working like clockwork, but there are sites that are not working like clockwork, as can be seen from this message that I've just received. we really, really need to make sure that we don't rest on our laurels, because there is a lot of work that needs to be done in collaboration among ourselves, in all spheres of government, in all spheres of stakeholders that are working on this project. It is, if it's for no one else, it's for those people that have already been categorized as the poor and vulnerable on the ground. So that is just what I wanted to say, that I was the first one, rightly, to say there are places where this is working so well. And for that, we have to say and give credit where it is due, but that must never be a mistaken to say that things are working well throughout this country. I don't know if the Honorable Alexandra Abrams' hand is up again.
Yes, thank you, Chairperson. I raised my hands as soon as the CEO concluded, because I just have one follow-up.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairperson. My follow-up is just on the cardless option, because again, from the previous meetings, I was left with the impression that it is actually currently ongoing. It's underway already. It started, and now from this presentation, the CEO has now made it clear that not a single person has been offered the secondary option to go cardless. And I'm just trying to understand, why is that the case? Why can't this option be made available right now at present? For example, if a person is standing for the last 5 hours in a queue and they just can't bear to stand another hour more in that queue due to their health, why is that person not then presented with this option? And if they want to take it, they can take it. Why are we then putting people through this ordeal if there is this second option, and that they can then come back in April when they draw their money again, and the queues might be less then, or they may even come back up until your presentation says May and June, and the queues will be a lot more manageable for them to then actually get their physical card, but they now still have the option, this cardless option. And in my mind, that would ease the current burden and the current strain on not just the sites and the staff and so forth, but on the people that are standing there and sleeping over in the queues. And if we just use the example the chairperson gave, then why aren't the people where the sites where the staff don't show up, or when Home Affairs is offline, why aren't then that cohort of people presented with the cardless option, so they don't have to then stand there never knowing when the system's going to come online, never knowing when more cards, because the sites run out of cards, will then come through. And then they have until June, when they come and collect their grants monthly, to actually get their physical card. It just doesn't make sense to me why we aren't rolling this out in tandem to alleviate the pressure on the people that are standing in those queues. Thanks, Chairperson. So I don't know if the CEO can maybe just let me know why we aren't rolling it out in tandem. And if that's the case, when are we going to use this option? Like, at what point in the timeline is the Postbank going to use this cardless option? If not now, at crisis level. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Abrams. CEO, let me hand over back to you before I go to the Department of Communications, just so that we move forward with the closure of this part of the meeting. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Chair. Chair, I wanted to give this committee comfort. Believe you me, when we hear good feedback, we don't take it that things are hunky-dory, as to your term, on the ground. We absolutely don't. We working around the clock. We sit as an exco in a war room every day, dealing with matters, trying to improve every day. We absolutely, even post-March, even post-April, we will still be working with the same rigor to improve to ensure that things are working seamlessly every day. I just wanted to give that. By no means, we appreciate the feedback because it is encouraging. It is absolutely encouraging. As much as we take when we hearing that something is not happening. Even now, as you were talking, I quickly messaged my team to ask about the Western Cape and the Oudtshoorn to say, guys, I'm hearing this feedback. What's happening? Because we act as such. And then maybe Ms. Abrams, on your question on the cardless, remember for us, the cardless was exactly as you describe again, that it was there to help when we see the queues along, when there's a system that is down, and the site will make the decision as and when they decide, go, look, we can see we're not going to go through these people today, and therefore let's convert to the cardless. So it is by site. I don't want to say now the reason it's not being used, it's because maybe the sites are feeling we don't need it, because we do prioritize every site. What we try to do when we see a disabled person, we try to prioritize them and bring them forward to the queue. A very elderly person, we bring them forward to the queue so that they don't stand on the queues. We actually now going to go on a communication. In fact, I forgot that question. Someone said, let's please ensure we communicate. We're absolutely going to do that communication drive to emphasize to people that post the 20th, even post now, please go. There's still a chance for you to get your black card. That's the plan. We're starting later this week into next week to emphasize that message. But exactly how you described the cardless, we have not used it. And again, I stand corrected because I can't speak for every site. I will actually go and ask my team and go, are we holding back too much on the cardless? Because that's not the primary. Are there sites where people should have converted to it, where we believe that the queues will not get through them by the day? All I can say is that the comms to the sites is that don't convert to the cardless if you believe you're going to get through the queues by the day. If you don't have any system issues that is not going to be resolved quickly, start with giving the card, because again, for us, we believe that's the primary thing that we want to do for the beneficiary to ensure financial inclusion. But I'm happy to go back to the site and maybe we emphasize that point overly too much. People, should we start converting? At what point should we give a rule that if you see at this level, I don't know, but I take your feedback. I'll go back to the teams to review. Maybe we're holding it back too much. But I also wanted to clarify, Ms. Abrams, when I said the cardless, remember I said it is a process that exists. We have it, we have people that are on the cardless already. But for this process, we had not provided it for the beneficiaries that we're talking about here. So just to clarify, Chair, that we're not contradicting ourselves, that a cardless solution exists. Postbank does have a cardless solution, but we're not offering it now for people who were converting from yellow to black card. And again, happy to go back to the team to see if we're not holding back too much. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, CEO, for that. I will now hand over to Ms. Molokome. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson and honorable members. Just to echo what Postbank has said, in terms of the feedback that we get, because from the department as well, even from the ministry, this issue is of serious concern to us. So we don't just take, even when we get feedback that is positive, to say now it's time to relax. I can assure you that we are not relaxed. We actually on our toes, because we do want to see this exercise be successful. And we do also, when we do our spot checks, whenever we pick an issue, we do take it up with Postbank immediately. We don't even wait for our normally monitoring, which are more periodic, because we see this project as the department side to make sure that whatever issues and challenges are raised, that they are being addressed. Earlier on, when we were responding to the questions, I said that I'll allow Postbank to respond to the questions that were relating to the cards, but there was a question that was specifically asked with regard to the licensing. So I just wanted to give honorable members that in the past, as we would be aware, this journey with regard to having Postbank get a fully fledged license has been a very lengthy exercise, and there were major obstacles that needed to be addressed. But just to assure the members that in terms of where they require policy interventions, we have in ministry side, Postbank in terms of getting the license, as we are aware that the whole process is rigorous in terms of what the Reserve Bank requires. We actually submitted the license, everything got ticked in terms of whatever processes that needed to be carried out, whatever information requirements that were required. We were actually at the final stages of the licensing when we received challenges with the legislative conflicts. I think one of them was with regard to where there was a conflict with regard to the Companies Act, where and also the Banks Act, where the state-owned entities were not allowed to own the bank or to register as a bank or to be registered as a bank controlling company. So we have, working with National Treasury, we're able to make amendments where there were amendments in terms of the Financial Matters Act, where that hurdle was also addressed. And then there was also another conflict with regard to the Banks Act, where, as we know, that Postbank was originally under SAPO, where SAPO was the 100% shareholder. So in terms of the requirements of the registrations for the bank, SAPO was not qualifying in terms of registering. And then we have managed to make those amendments. And then the president has signed the Postbank Amendment Bill, which is now signed into an act. And now the ownership of Postbank has been separated. So now we are in the process of refreshing the licensing since the two hurdles have been addressed. And then Postbank, we are working with them in terms of making sure that they refresh their final, which is Section 16 and Section 17 of the Banks Act licensing application process. So once those are addressed, then we should be in a position where Postbank can get a license. Obviously, we will need to comply with whatever the requirements that the sub wants, as the CEO mentioned earlier, that there would be certain checks that the Reserve Bank need to make. But with regard to the legislative conflicts that we needed to address in terms of the Financial Matters Act, and also in terms of making the amendments to the Postbank Act, those have been made, and therefore we are on the way to go. And then from the department side, what we are still required to do is in terms of appointing the board of the bank controlling company. And then in that regard, the appointment process of the Postbank Act is in the final stages, and then that will also enable us to expedite the appointment of the bank controlling company board, and that will enable Postbank to finally refresh its final stages of the licensing application process. Thanks.
Thank you so much for that update and responding to the question of the license. I am, as I draw towards the end of this session, I see that the Honorable Reverend Gwabaza's hand is up. Is this a burning question, Honorable Gwabaza?
Thank you, Chairperson. No, I just wondered if she can put that in writing, please. If we can have that in writing, that in terms of that banking license story, please. Where are we with it?
Okay, Ms. Molokome, there is a humble request from an honorable member. If there is any written information that you can share with the honorable members on this issue, it would be highly appreciated. Going back now to the department, the ADG, ADG Nechpale, do you have any last words before we bring this meeting and thank Postbank and the Department of Communications for coming through and just taking the committee on the progress that has been made 12 days after the first meeting, because we appreciate that, because it gives us information to take back to our constituencies and to allay any fears and panics and so on and so forth. So I'll hand over to you, Mr. Nishpale.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and members. And also let me appreciate the report from the Postbank. We working together with the Postbank, and as such, I think we note the report from Postbank and other matters. I think it will be our discussion with Postbank closely in terms of the areas I think that the members have raised, so that we can clarify that. From our side, I think we even though we are concerned because of the situation in which we find our older persons queuing out the whole night and whatever, but we working together, and we earlier presented a report from the CEO of SASSA in terms of what we are doing, and also the communications that we need to make. I think what we will do also is to, from here, is to communicate more about the areas that has been outlined, so that everybody is aware. I think a vigorous communication to lay the anxiety is very important, because we still have a long way to go looking at the report. Our aim was to make sure that we come the 20th of May, we have finalized, everybody card has been placed. But as it stands, we still need to work hard with the Postbank to make sure that we assist our clients that are very hard done by. It's not nice to see our citizens waking up in the morning 4 o'clock and going there day in, day out. Is something that as a country we need to look at how we can better the situation, and such situation should never be repeated, so that we can have a solution. One of the things that we will work with is to have a permanent solution so that we don't have this. But as we are working together, we will be able to deal with that, Honorable Chairperson. But I think it will be noble for us to then also maybe request the acting CEO of SASSA just to give us just a remark in terms of the way forward, if it's accepted or if it's allowed, Honorable Chair.
Thank you, Ms. ADG. Yes, indeed. Mr. Matlo, please come through. We need as much assurance and as much undertakings as we can get to ensure that the situation on the ground improves. So please go ahead, Mr. Matlo.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good morning to the members. I wanted to put a video so that I can be visible. Yeah, no. Chair and honorable members, we appreciate, as always, the guidance in the process. As the DG has said, we're really working together because we did present before you our supplementary plan that supports the Postbank, and we stick to our plan. And indeed, some of the issues that Chair you raised and other members have raised, they've been in touch with us because of the plan that we have submitted, and we constantly raise those matters with Postbank on the ground so that we close all the challenges that we've experienced, and we'll continue to do that. We do have a set of meetings, Chair, with Postbank to try to tick all the boxes, because we still do have challenges on the ground that every day we try to address. There was just one question that I think the CEO has actually attended to with regards to the name on the card. Why don't we have a SASSA name on the card? And also the issues of debit. So I just wanted to remind the honorable members that you do remember the outcome of the Constitutional Court on on the matter between SASSA and CPS, we did have teething issues. And when we developed the new MSA, we had to make sure that we restrict certain issues that happened before as a learning curve so that our beneficiaries are not vulnerable. But as we continue to engage on the future of SASSA and Postbank, I think those matters can be looked at, Honorable Chair, so that we allow Postbank to be a bank, a fully-fledged bank, and do all other issues apart from SASSA side, because they will soon have to operate like all other banks. So indeed, all those other products really can happen once we look at the relationship and say, how then do we define Postbank apart from other banks? So that's the reason why you don't see the name of SASSA, so that Postbank remain a bank, just like Capitec and other commercial bank. So I thought that's what it's worth mentioning as part of the questions that has been raised. But other than that, we really appreciate Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Matlo. The honorable members, this brings me to a point where I wish to thank you for your participation and your engagement of the presentation by Postbank and the Department of Communications, or the other way around. And also to thank the Department of Communications and Digital Technologies and Postbank for coming through today with the presentation having been sent, and for taking us through the process. We appreciate this. As I said earlier, it helps us to have something to say, something valid to say when questions are being asked of us by our constituencies. May I just close by asking that the weekly updates continue, because I think that will just calm some of us down. And if they could please come on a Tuesday, because I take it that there needs to be some collating and consolidation of reports from all over the show. And now I know that the channels of sending these updates are open, and we appreciate that. We've been receiving the updates, and if we could please have those updates on Tuesdays. And in the meantime, let's continue communicating for the benefit of the almost 3 million people that are beneficiaries of this process. So thank you all so much. And to the Department of Communications, you are most welcome to stay for the next part of the meeting, but if you would like to be excused, we will understand that, because we still do have work to do with the Department of Social Development. And so we thank you, we thank Postbank, we thank SASSA, we thank NDA, we thank everyone that has been part of this meeting. And this session of this part of the meeting is coming to an end with my deepest appreciation and gratitude. Thank you so much. So we will now be going to the next item on the agenda. And with this, I would like to thank and again apologize to the department that we had to suspend this item of the agenda in favor of the situation that happened while we were having this meeting last week. And so I'm not going to even waste a second. I'm just going to hand over to the department for the response on the Gauteng High Court judgment on the matter between the Institute for Democratic Justice, which is Pay the Grants, and DSD, SASSA versus the Minister of Finance, the constitutional validity on the constitutional validity of regulations for SRD Grant. Let me hand over back to you, Mr. Nechipale, or ADG. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chairperson and honorable members, colleagues, and even the Department Telecommunication and Post Office. It's a pleasure for us to introduce to the committee, as requested, our response to the court judgment. And with regard to the issues of SRD the regulations. As you know, this is a matter that affects our citizens, and it has got a very drastic and very heavy decisions that have been made that will touch the livelihood of our citizens. So therefore, we here to do the presentation so that the portfolio committee is aware in terms of what is that judgment all about, and also what are the impacts of that, and how are we responding, and that is what is the way forward in terms of this matter. I will now hand over to the two colleagues, Maureen Mokgotsi and Advocate Loyana Mthochise to take us through the presentation. It's a very short presentation, as we didn't include everything else, but also only included the what I think is important, so that we can the portfolio committee is informed of which direction we are going as a department and as government. Thank you very much. Over to you, Advocate Mthochise.
Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members, the staff of the committee, DG, CEO for SASSA, and entire executive of the department and colleagues. The purpose, as has been indicated, is to brief the committee on the court judgment on the constitutional right to COVID-19 social grant of distress, as has been articulated earlier by the Honorable Chairperson. Just to give the outline of this particular presentation, Honorable Chair and Honorable members will be looking at the purpose, the court challenge, the background, the ground for court challenge, and the court judgment itself, SASSA, and the next steps that we need to take, and the recommendations. As has been indicated, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, the purpose of this presentation is to provide a response regarding the court judgment on the constitutional right to COVID-19 social relief of distress in South Africa. We actually had a court challenge where the applicants took us to court, us being meaning SASSA, the Minister of Social Development, and the Minister of Finance, who later joined the proceedings. And the applicants herein, we are referring to the Institute for Economic Justice and #PayTheGrants. They actually took us to court in order to challenge some of the provisions in our regulations, and seeking the court to order and declare that such provisions are unconstitutional and invalid. And the reference to those is regulation, sub-regulation 2.3 and sub-regulation 2.3 and sub-regulation 3.5 and sub-regulation paragraph C of regulation 6, as we shall see as we proceed with our presentation. Just by way of background, Honorable Chair and Honorable members, the COVID-19 SRD grant was implemented from 26 March 2020 to 5 April 2022 to respond to the humanitarian crisis that are millions of working age adults who fell into the extreme poverty due to the COVID-19 pandemic and the consequent lockdown, which we may still remember. The COVID-19 SRD grant directions governing access to the provision were introduced in terms of the Disaster Management Act at the time. Due to the ongoing hardship among the working age population, the COVID-19 SRD grant was extended first to January 2021, then to April 2022, which marked the end of the provision under the Disaster Management Act. And we had to move over the grant to the Social Assistance Act because of the repeal of the regulations that existed under the Disaster Management Act at the time. So after lifting of the State of the Nation, state of address, a sort of disaster on 4 April 2022, the department had to develop new regulations within the Social Assistance Act, as I've indicated. The COVID-19 SRD regulations came into effect on 22 April 2022, and that implied that a new dispensation was implemented and all those requiring the provision needed to reapply, meaning that the old regulations, they were repealed, and then we came with the new regulations, which then entailed that the applicants had to reapply. So over the time, various changes and amendments have been affected to the regulations governing its implementation. Why were we actually taken to court by the applicants? Were taken to court, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, because they were querying the issue of the online application. We must remember that this type of relief was first introduced at a time when there was a restriction of movement because of the lockdown regulations. So it was impossible for people to go to SASSA offices and apply for this particular grant, hence the online application. So now the applicants argued in court that limiting this form of relief to applications of applications to electronic platforms only is discriminatory, as it does not apply to other grant applications. Notwithstanding the fact that, this was a special kind of a dispensation to look at a particular issue. They also argue that some of the questions that are asked in the application itself, they are unlawful in some way. Further than that, the definition of income, they take it as overly inclusive, and this leads to the exclusion of eligible applicants. You will recall in terms of these regulations, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, that we are actually saying, we're actually defining an income in order to deal with a particular category of people, not income as in its ordinary sense. Hence, we had defined it in those regulations. So the applicants also pointed out that the inability to resolve conflicts between various methods of verifying insufficient means also create a problem, and thus should be declared invalid and unconstitutional by the court. They also made reference to bank verification, which they say it often resulted in erroneous income registration and double counting of intra-household payments. This is also prone to errors, further excluding eligible applicants. Because one of the methods that is being used by the department is, by SASSA and the department, is to ensure that, the money that crosses one's bank account has to be checked as to whether this person has got enough income in order to be excluded for benefiting from this kind of distress, relief of distress. But it does appear sometimes that there is money in these bank accounts which does not necessarily become an income or cannot be said to be an income for the beneficiary. That is what they are saying. How do we then exclude that? They also challenged the issue of the database verification process, which they say differentiated between the social relief of distress applicants and other social grant applicants whose income was verified by affidavits or bank statement. And we'll see that in this particular issue, there is a comparison between the social grants that the department and SASSA deal with, and also this particular relief of distress, which is a temporary relief anyway, not necessarily a grant as contemplated in the legislation. The prohibition of bringing of new evidence during the appeal stage was another point of contention, because the regulations are actually saying when one appeals, one cannot bring in new evidence, which is, I mean, a common or an issue that is by the operation of law. But they are also challenging that new information may be brought. They also challenge the value of the grant itself, indicating that this has not increased since its inception, remaining below the national poverty line, unlike other social grants which increase annually, where we indicate again that, I mean, the Honorable Court may have erred in equating this particular grant with other grants, because this one is just a social, a social relief of distress, which is temporary, which cannot even be a case of being increased annually, because it could have existed for 6 months or 3 months or 2 months and can be stopped anytime in terms of its nature and its origin. So the annual increases then cannot be effected under those circumstances. And that is our view as the department. So the means test threshold in relation to accepting the provision is based on the 2022 poverty line and had not adjusted as the food poverty line was increased. That is also one of the arguments. And the conditional nature of the social relief of distress payments based on available funds was also one of the bones of contention, where the regulations were indicating that, I mean, this grant is subject to the availability of funds and failure to pay successful applicants, which is one issue they also brought to the attention of the court, that the department and SASSA failed to pay successful applicants. What then the court said in response to what the applicants tabled before him in court. So the judge found in favor of the applicants first in all respects and ruled in this way. The social relief of distress is deemed permanent in that it is promulgated under the Social Assistance Act. It thus has the same legal status as other social grants, of which we say the Honorable Judge may have erred in that regard, because this particular grant is not necessarily a grant, it's a social relief of distress as contemplated in Section 13 of the Social Assistance Act. It is not, it has got nothing to do with other grants. It's a temporary relief which the minister has to implement as and when she or he feels necessary, given a particular situation. So it is not a permanent grant altogether. It is a social relief of distress addressing a particular challenge at a particular time. The application for the social relief of distress must be available at the offices of the agency. You will recall earlier in the presentation, we indicated that the online application system was queried by the applicants, and now they are saying this must also happen at all offices of the agency. And we've got a challenge with regard to that, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, taking into account the number of applicants that we register in a given month, between 17 and 18 million applications every month. If all those, or a fraction of those, would walk into SASSA offices, which are already inundated with applicants relating to child support grant and other grants, it would be a human resource nightmare for SASSA, I mean, to accept that the 18 million applicants each month must walk into SASSA offices. So that is the argument we are voicing with regard to this. The word income means money received on a regular basis from formal or informal employment, business activities, or investments. And we indicate that that is correct. But we have defined income in order to suit the purposes of the regulations that we have. So that at the end of the day, we are saying we are mindful of what income means in the ordinary dictionary meaning of the word. But for the fact that we have defined it, we have done so because we are limiting its ordinary dictionary use in order to suit the regulations that we have. Unsuccessful applicants should be prohibited from bringing new evidence during the appeal. Should not. That is what the judge is saying. It should not be prohibited from bringing new evidence. And we are saying we are just applying the law, because in terms of the law, at appeal stage, you can't bring in new evidence. We are just trying to relook at the submission or application as it was initially made. Because once you bring in new evidence, a new application altogether, and we are now basing the decision on information that did not exist at the time. SASSA may not place a condition on the payment of grants by limiting it to the availability of funds, which is what needs to be taken into account as to what do we then do if the treasurer allocates 2 billion rands for the purposes of this particular grant, and that amount is exceeded by the number of applicants for this particular relief. What do we then do as a department? Because we cannot go beyond what we have been allocated for this particular relief of distress. SASSA, the court further ruled that SASSA must investigate the cause of widespread delays in payments to successful social relief of distress applicants and devise and implement a plan within 4 months to address these delays. We took into account this directive from the court, Honorable Chair and Honorable Members, with a heart that says, the Honorable Judge may not have taken into account that these regulations are only valid for 12 months. We simply extend the expiry date of these regulations once the cabinet has made a decision that it is going to extend this particular grant. So even this particular judgment, which was delivered sometime last month, early last month, is talking to regulations that are actually coming to an end on the 31st of March. That is in 3 weeks' time. In other words, it is a little bit problematic for the minister to come up with a plan within 4 months to address these particular issues. For a piece of regulation that may come to an end or that may expire on the 31st of March 2025, which then would become moot and academic at the end of the day. Because as I indicate, we rely on what the cabinet will be saying with regard to the further existence of these regulations. And only thereafter, we are able to talk to issues of extension and all that. So the Honorable Court may have erred in thinking that these regulations are here to exist forever, because they are only limited to the period within which they have been promulgated. The issue of the monthly amount of the SRD, which is sitting at 370 today, which was 350 then, is way below the food poverty line and has not been increased annually like the other grants. Therefore, it does not meet progressive realization as envisaged in Section 27, of the Constitution. We say that is actually the case because in any event, we cannot be talking about the annual increase of a grant which is meant to be temporary, because this is social relief of distress, which is a temporary relief on as it is, and cannot be, projected to be increased on annual basis, as it can stop at any given moment. So that is one of the issues we are raising, to say this is not a permanent grant, so we can't be having something that says each and every time this is extended, it will be increased to a certain amount of money. The issue of the income threshold, which is 624 per person, has not been adjusted and is therefore not linked to any objective measure of income, such as the food poverty line. Although the aim is to alleviate hunger and poverty. This is where, again, Honorable Chair and honorable members, we are saying it's not always easy to do that because of the temporary nature of the grant. Once the grant expires on the 31st of March, there will be new regulations from the 1st of April talking to the extension that may have been granted by the cabinet. So the Department of Social Development, together with SASSA, honorable chair and members, have taken a decision to appeal this particular judgment in its entirety, on the basis that the judgment itself is flawed. We are doing this, honorable chair and honorable members, being mindful of the fact that by the time the appeal is finalized, the appeal verdict itself may have been overtaken by events. It may be moot and academic in the sense that time may have lapsed between the implementation of these directives and what would the court say in a year or 2 years' time, because we are now appealing to the full bench. We don't know whether when will that sit, also taking into account that we have not yet received the response as to whether the appeal is accepted or not. And from the full bench, we may be going to the Supreme Court of Appeal in Bloemfontein, which we don't know how long that take, and from there to the Constitutional Court, because these are constitutional matters that are raised herein. And because of that, by the time this is finalized, as I've indicated, it may be moot and academic, but on principle, we have to get to this to be understood in terms of the position that we have as a department, that the constitutional issues that have been raised here are a problem for the department and cannot be implementable. So for the provision to become a grant, you must also take into account, because the judge keeps saying that this is a grant as contemplated in the Social Assistance Act. And we are saying for the provision to be a grant, all policy-making processes need to be followed. And the Social Assistance Act must be amended to allow for the provision of such. So as it is of today, it remains a social relief of distress, which is temporary in nature, in order to address that particular issue. So such legislative amendments have not yet taken place or been considered yet. So we cannot refer to this particular social relief of distress as a grant, as the court has indicated. So we have not taken that step yet until we further advise. So the next steps that we have also taken into account as I've indicated, that we have decided as a department and SASSA to appeal this judgment in its entirety. And we have also held several interactions with our counterparts at National Treasury to discuss the case and how the state should respond. Both ourselves, that is DSD and SASSA and Treasury, share the view that the judgment is flawed and should be appealed in its entirety, as I have already indicated that we have already lodged papers to that effect. On 13th of February, as I indicate, we submitted the leave to appeal, and National Treasury has also done the same as a respondent in this particular matter. Should the leave to appeal be granted, it will then suspend the current ruling against the regulations until the appeal is heard. We must also be mindful of the fact that even if the appeal is not heard or is not granted at present, these current regulations have an expiry date, which is 31 March 2025. So they will automatically come to an end in any event. So if there is a talk of 350, 370 moving forward, we'll be having new regulations which will be coming into force on 1 April 2025 to cater for such a renewal. We are now waiting for the decision from the court, which will guide the next steps. We cannot, at present, Honorable Chair, be in a position to ventilate exhaustively in terms of what our approach shall be when it comes to the appeal, because the litigants might also be listening to this presentation because it's a public platform, and we don't want to expose our ammunition beforehand. So it is recommended that the Portfolio Committee knows this response regarding the court judgment or the constitutional right to COVID-19, SRD relief in South Africa, and the steps that we will be taking forward. On that note, Honorable Chair, I thank you as a committee.
Thank you, Advocate, for that presentation. I would like to hand over to the members of Parliament with just a comment to say it does help for us to understand the position of the department, so that we are taken on board as this whole process is unfolding. I just would like to now hand over to the members of the Portfolio Committee, should they have any questions or comments on the presentation that we have just received. It does sound or seem, Advocate, that you, oh, sorry, that didn't last long. Honorable Mare.
Thank you so much, Chairperson. I also would like to say thank you for the presentation. I understand what they are saying, and it's just that I just want to know, are we inviting that group of people that is writing to us emails about this case that is in court for clarifications or whatever? I don't know. But they send us emails. I don't know if everyone is getting the emails. It is the people that took the department to court. I received an email from them, and they're asking to see the portfolio. So I just want to know about that, Chairperson. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Mare. I will use the opportunity of having people that are in the legal space to assist, but my understanding and my position is that we can't have discussions on issues that are before courts, and and hope that, the civil society and individuals that want to meet with the committee, hope that they will understand this, that we cannot, I don't know if it's allowed. And I mean, as I say, we will benefit from the people who are in the legal environment to guide us on this one, because I believe it's a very valid question that you're asking, because number one, it will enable us to get back to the people that are writing to us. And number two, it will sort of set some kind of a precedence going forward to say, when matters are before court, they cannot be, discussed in meetings, or you cannot have meetings with stakeholders during that time. But I want to hand over. I'm asking the same question, in fact. Thank you, Honorable Murray. I'll hand over back to the advocate, Churchisa.
Thank you. Over to you, Churchisa.
Thank you, Honorable Chair and Honorable Paul Murray, for the question. We are definitely not at liberty, Honorable Chair, as you have indicated, to indicate whether that particular group can come and present before yourselves or not. That remains the decision of the committee itself. But on our side, we would say, because the matter is sub judice indeed, it would not be prudent to ventilate on such issues before the matter is finalized by the court itself. So that is the response that we would give at present, Honorable Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Advocate. This has helped us, and I just would like to then go back to the ADG if he has any comments, so that we can bring this part of this meeting to a close with thanks to the department for coming back to us with this presentation, and the appreciation of the time and the effort that you've made to present this as per the request of the committee. So please go ahead, ADG.
Thank you very much, Chairperson and honorable members. And I think it's we're happy that we were able to present this, and that we will always keep the portfolio committee updated in terms of when we go to court and when this matter is dealt with. We will also inform you in terms of what is going on, because the interest is that our citizens need to be assisted and they need to get the service they deserve. And as such, Honorable Chairperson, thank you very much. We are happy that we were able to ventilate and present to you the court case and where it comes from and the technicalities with regard to regulations and their expiry date. Thank you very much, Honorable Member, for the opportunity. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you to you, the department, the entities, the leadership of the entities, and every single stakeholder that is on this platform. We would like to thank you for your time. And it is actually 12:15 that we are adjourning the external, if I may call it that, the external session of the meeting, because we will be doing some internal work with as the portfolio committee honorable members. So I wish to thank you and wish you all the best for the rest of the week. And the meeting is adjourned. And I would like the members to please stay behind or stay on the platform so that we can do internal business. Thank you so much, and God bless.
Thank you, honorable members.
No, this one. Okay, honorable members, we do have internal business, which is the consideration and adoption of draft minutes of the 12th, 19th, and 26th of February. The honorable members would recall that we had to defer the consideration of and adoption of minutes because of the time constraints that we had at the time. And I'm saying this mindful that the honorable members had said, guys, honorable members, let us not have a number of sets of minutes outstanding, because it then defeats the object of doing that exercise anyway, if we are going to be talking about minutes of things that we've even forgotten about. So the work to try and make sure that we stick to that is ongoing, and it was beyond the Secretariat and my control to actually not have stuck to that resolution that we made as the committee. I would then like to invite members to go to the minutes of the 12th of February. Are you going to take us through, Lindiwe?
To share, the first set of minutes is from the 12th of February 2024. 25, I'll just write it. Thank you very much, Chair. Apologies, member, for the delay. Chair, do you want me to take you through, or you're gonna just summarize?
Okay. Honorable members, with your permission, we are on the minutes of the 12th of February 2025, which was the consideration of the annual report of the Central Drug Authority for 2023-2024 financial year. It was also about the briefing by DSD and the IMST section of the DSD on the system to track social grant beneficiaries who wrote and passed matric in 2024 and the impact thereof. And then I think we did not consider the minutes at the time. So, yes, members, I think we can just go to page number 1, which lists the attendance at the meeting, and half of page 2 is also the attendance, but you were welcome, and we received apologies, and we adopted the agenda, and there was a request to amend the agenda and include the status report on the crisis. I think the meeting we had earlier took care of that, and the meetings that came before that. And then the minutes were considered, the minutes were not considered. And so we had the overview by the Deputy Minister on the process of the swapping of gold cards to black cards. We had a responses by DSD and SASSA, and then we had a briefing by the Central Drug Authority, and then the committee deliberated on the CDA presentation, and then we had thereafter the briefing by IMST on the beneficiaries of SASSA grants who wrote matric, and the committee deliberated on that. And so I would like, if members were going with me as I was outlining I was going through the pages of the minutes, I would like to ask for the adoption of the minutes of the 12th of February 2025 as a true reflection of the deliberations of that meeting, please. Any member can actually adopt or not the minutes, please. Honorable Makhato?
I second the minutes of that day.
No, Honorable Makhato, you are adopting the minutes. Nobody has adopted them.
Thank
Are
you
you okay
very
with
much.
that?
I am adopting the minutes of that day and everything in that day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Honorable Makhato. And then Honorable Ramaila.
Seconded, Chair.
Thank you, Honorable Ramaila. So the minutes of the 12th of February 2025 having been adopted and seconded are now accepted as the record of that meeting. And so we have the minutes of the 19th of February 2025 as they are on the screen. That was the briefing by the Department of Social Development on the second term quarterly report on the financial and non-financial performance for 2024-2025 financial year. And there was the briefing by the Department of Social Development on progress made in drafting basic income support policy. And I don't think we considered the minutes on that day as well. There is our attendance and then the officials' attendance and the parliamentary support staff attendance. And so the members were welcome and everybody in the meeting, and apologies were received from Ms. Nsabo and Mr. Hendricks. I think this is Honorable Member Hendricks, who is the Deputy Minister, and from the Honorable James. And then the Minister also took us through her overview, and the agenda was adopted, and the minutes were adopted by the Honorable Munyai and seconded by the Honorable Msweni, and the resolution tracking tool of the committee was considered and adopted. And so the minister, I already said, she gave the overview, and then we had the briefing by the Department of Social Development on their quarterly report, and we deliberated and had the briefing by the Department of Social Development on the progress made in the drafting of the basic income support policy. We deliberated on that, and we resolved that the progress report on the basic income grant should be a standing agenda. We also resolved that a list of targets removed from the APP should be provided on a quarterly basis to avoid questions regarding targets not reported on. And we also resolved that the third quarter report should be accompanied by audit report and recovery plan for the targets not met. And we also resolved that the department should look at strengthening the monitoring and evaluation unit to perfect its role in the department's program management, especially in the light of the challenges experienced in Postbank swapping process for the SASSA gold cards to black cards. We also resolved that related to the above, the department should tighten and strengthen implementation of its entity oversight framework. The lack of oversight by the department over its entities was proving to be costly, and the department to give highlights of SASSA and the NDA quarterly performance reports, highlighting when it reports on its quarterly reports. The department to also look into the programs of socio-economic transformation to transform people so that they do not depend on grants only. May I please ask, table this as the minutes of that meeting with resolutions by this committee and ask for the adoption of these minutes, please. I see that the honorable members are on the platform, so may I have any indication of adoption of the minutes of the 19th of February?
Chairperson, I move for the adoption of the minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Abrams, and Honorable Rasudin.
Good afternoon, Chairperson. I second the minute.
Thank you so much. I'm only seeing your name and not your surname. This is why I went a bit soft, because I'm not very sure how to pronounce it. Can you help me?
It's Tahudin.
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 Okay. I think Tahudin.
Yes.
Awesome. Thank you so much, Honorable Tahudin, for seconding the minutes of the 19th of February 2025. So they are now adopted for our record, to stay in our records. Now we have the minutes of the 26th of February 2025, which was about the briefing by the South African Social Security Agency and DSD on the progress made on the investigation of vulnerabilities in the SRD Grant application and payment system. We also had a briefing by SASSA on the SRD investigation findings and the mediation plan. And so we also had a response by DSD on the Gauteng High Court. Oh, no, we didn't have this item because it was deferred to today. So we will not have it on this set of minutes. So that is the attendance by members of this committee. And then you can just go, and the second page is also the attendance by the department, entities, and the stakeholders that were present, such as Sihari for the presentation that they made, and our parliament support staff. You can go down, and you are welcomed into the meeting, and that's when we talked about Postbank and SASSA needing to give us the updates on the rolling out of the migration from the gold cards to the black cards. And this is when we expressed our concerns about what is going on the ground. And so we got the apologies from Honorable Tafeni, who could not attend, and also Miss Honorable Tong. And so we had remarks by the Minister of Social Development, and you can go on. And then we also had a briefing by SASSA and DSD on the investigation on vulnerabilities. And we had the briefing on remediation plan by SASSA. In obviously responding to the findings by the department and the service provider. And then we deliberated on this issue. You can go and we received responses to the comments and questions, and the minister concluded with her remarks, and then it was resolved that the department must provide quarterly reports on the progress made on the investigations and implementation of the remedial plans. And the agenda item on DSD response to the Gauteng High Court was deferred. As we know, we had the presentation today, and the committee would invite Postbank to come and present its weekly progress. And that has just happened earlier today. So, honorable members, may I please invite you to adopt these minutes of the 26th of February as a true reflection of the meeting that took place on that day, please. Any member can do that.
Chairperson,
Yes, Honorable Murray.
I want to adopt this report. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honorable Murray, for adopting the minutes of the 29th. May we have a member that is seconding Honorable Murray's adoption?
Chairperson,
Yes,
Honorable Makato, I therefore second the minutes of that day.
Thank you so much, Honorable Makato, for adopting the minutes of the 26th, I'm sorry, of February 2025 as a true reflection of the meeting that took place on that day. I would like us to consider and adopt a committee report on an annual report of Central Drug Authority for 2023-2024 financial year, please. Can we have that report, please?
Thank you, Chairperson. Honorable Makato to mute.
Sorry, Chair, I've muted everyone and the speaker can unmute yourself. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, Chairperson. Good afternoon, members and my colleagues in the platform. Chairperson, I'm going to then present the annual report of the CDA. And can I be guided, Chair, that we do as we normally do when we present the reports, that I focus on deliberations and recommendations, or I just take the committee through the report, which is 11 pages, but also being mindful that it was forwarded to the members, I think some time back, but of course, I know members are busy and the issue of SASSA might have really occupied their space that they didn't have a chance to look at it. I don't know, Chair. Yeah, muted, Chair.
I will be guided by members, but my take is that this is the reason why we ask that reports are sent to us in advance, so that when we get that minute at 12:01 midnight, we can go through the report and jot down our corrections or comments, that when we come to the adoption, because it is taken that we have considered the report, we come and just highlight the recommendations, and so just so that the members realize or the members are aware of what it is that we are asking for them to adopt, as it were. If members are okay with that, please go that route, please, Yoli.
Thank you, Chair. All right, I'm just going to fly it. That's just a page from the report, basically extracting from the report. But Chair, just before I go into the deliberations and recommendations, I just want to maybe advise or maybe make a request to the committee. In my assessment of this report was that it was a very important report, in that it highlighted very substantial issues when it comes to implementation of the National Drug Master Plan. It was as if it was a preliminary report on the assessment of this plan, which I know that the Deputy Minister said there is a report that was drafted by the board that I think is going to be finalized end of March, that we will make a slot for the committee to have a full presentation on that report. But I would say, Chair, this report was very crucial in terms of the work of the CDA. One, that their assessment of all the challenges that they encountered when it comes to the implementation of the plan, and also its limitations really in terms of the goals that were set and the time and the timeline that it has as a board when for that particular term, and also the fact that in these 5 years the appointment of the board maybe only takes place maybe on the second year of the term, and then they're only left with 3 years to implement a plan. So these are some of the issues that were highlighted by the presenters to the committee, which I think are very important for the committee to really conduct oversight on these issues. The other issues were related then, Chair, to the limitations of the Act itself, the Prevention of and the Treatment for Substance Abuse Act, when it comes to the CDA itself, its structure, its governance, its capacity, its funding. Basically, it's an old standing issue. I think, Chair, towards the end, you alluded to that fact, that it comes from, if I'm not mistaken, not even the previous administration, maybe the 5th one administration, that a recommendation was made, but it is reflected at the end of the report, of the need to amend the Act so as to strengthen the CDA so that it can have more authority and also may function as an entity based on the kind of work that is mandated to do. So I'm just summarizing this, Chair, but these are very key findings that they were presented to the committee, as well as the functioning of the local drug action plans and what the challenges experienced there, and also when it comes to municipalities. But all of that is contained in the report. I'm just highlighting them, Chair, that it's one of the very, I think, in my analysis, of a very important report that the committee may need to really consider. So having said that, Chair, I'm just going to go straight to how we captured the interaction that the committee had with the CDA, or the issues that they raised. So the committee raised concerns that the challenge of drug and alcohol abuse was not taken seriously by the relevant department, given the low reporting rates in some sectors. I think that was one of the challenges, that there's certain departments that were not reporting, especially it was highlighted the economic cluster, those departments that are in that cluster, that they are not really doing their part when it comes to reporting as legislated, Chair. The committee emphasized that substance and drug abuse should be treated with the same agency as the gender-based violence. It noted that the issues need to be contextualized within the broader political history of apartheid, which has contributed to socio-economic challenges fueling drug abuse. The committee expressed concerns about the widespread corruption within the liquor boards, where board members allegedly accept bribes to issue trading licenses. It was of the view that this corruption undermines efforts to regulate alcohol distribution effectively. The committee noted that the abuse of alcohol by school children remains a significant issue. There is a lack of strict enforcement of laws preventing the sale of alcohol to minors. The committee noted the governance and leadership instability at the CDA and expressed a major concern about the lack of continuity due to changes in the CDA every 5 years, which hampers long-term planning and implementation. Excuse me. The committee raised concerns, I'm just going to correct this. Concerns were raised over shops selling cannabis-infused products, such as sweets, potentially exposing young people to cannabis. The abuse of cannabis sales was linked to organized crime involving business people and politicians. The Committee calls for research on the commercialization of cannabis and its potential potential harmful effects, which is linked to the bullet above. I think it just shifted because I cut and pasted on a separate page. The committee raised a question on how the CDA verifies the accuracy of reports it receives from the provinces. There is a need for more structured approach to monitoring and evaluation at the national level. The committee expressed concern over underfunding of the CDA, with only 4 million allocated to implementing the National Drug Master Plan across all provinces. The committee expressed concern over the absence of a budget audit in the CDA annual report presentation. The committee pointed out that there is a lack of substance abuse treatment and prevention programs in deep rural areas. The current approach disproportionately benefits urban areas while neglecting rural communities. The committee noted with concern the lack of interdepartmental cooperation, which hinders the effectiveness of substance abuse interventions. Concerns were raised about the officials from the South African Police Service who allegedly informed drug dealers of pending raids, which compromises anti-drug enforcement efforts. The committee questioned whether the CDA had engaged SAPS on these illegal activities. The committee asked whether the CDA had conducted studies to understand the root causes of high substance abuse rates in South Africa. In addition, whether there is an infrastructure and equipment available to detect illicit substances. The committee welcomed the whole of society approach in combating substance and drug abuse, emphasizing the need for collaboration across sectors. However, the CDA's presentation failed to provide sufficient details on the work done by other stakeholders. Okay, when it comes to the recommendations that the minister should engage the minister of, I should maybe indicate here which minister, Chair, I'll make that amendment. The Minister of Social Development should engage the Minister of Finance to address budgetary concerns. The committee had previously recommended that the Prevention of and Treatment for Substance Abuse Act should be amended to address governing issues, but this has not yet been implemented. This is what we managed to capture, Chair. We can be guided then further on for further inputs. You're still muted, Chair.
I don't know. Sorry about that. Thank you, Yoli. This is the report, honorable members. I just wanted to find out, when I was reading this report, I had a sense that, and wanted to find out, actually get guidance from the committee, should we not invite the industry, the alcohol industry, as the portfolio committee to express our concerns that we raised here and any other ones that we have not raised, including the advertising and so on and so forth, and what programs do they have in combating or in fighting against the alcohol abuse, because they must be stakeholders in this ecosystem, which is said. I just wanted to find out from the members. Does any of the members have any point to make in this regard, please? But that I'm saying, as you consider the report and its accuracy in capturing the deliberations of the day. Honorable members, over to you.
Sorry, Chair, you are muted.
Honorable members, please, can we respond to the report? I don't know what has happened now. Honorable members.
Chairperson, on your comment about inviting outside stakeholders, I think it's always a good idea to get a different opinion because, sometimes we can be so internally focused, just hearing from entities and the department. But I would welcome your recommendation to invite outside stakeholders to hear their point of view on the issue of substance abuse. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you so much, Honorable Abrams. And what about the adoption of the report?
Chairperson, I'll move for the adoption of report. Thank you.
Thank you. Right. Any seconding of the report or any comment on my proposal? Honorable members? Lindiwe, what have you done to the honorable members? They are all here. Nobody.
Member Takudin.
Oh, honorable member Takudin.
Chair, I second the report. I second that adoption. Also, I also move with what the recommendation that Chair has made.
Thank you so much. Honorable members, on that silent treatment that is going on here, I want to what is the word? I want to thank you so much for having stuck with the meeting from 9 o'clock this morning till now. I can imagine that you must be tired. This is why even the response rate is where it is at the moment. But I want to sincerely thank you for having logged in to the meeting and your participation throughout. It is appreciated. We will further pursue the invitation of the industry. It's just something that I was thinking about, and I will be discussing it with the Secretariat and find out if that is something that can be explored, please. But until we see each other or not at the plenary this afternoon at 3 o'clock, thank you so much and God bless. The meeting is officially adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you.
I will end the meeting.